We're live. 2 Sundays in a row. What's up, everybody? I will be missing Tuesday's stream, so I gotta get some IFR stuff in while I can. So it's Vision Jet time. Sunday fun day. What's up, Raccoon? What's up, Ninja? Hey, Joe Schmo. Mark. Delta dropped in earlier, said, can't join today. Our son is playing in a pit orchestra for Wizard of Oz. It starts in a couple minutes. I thought I was gonna get to fly around with Delta since it's a Sunday, but he's busy too.
Good evening, Skyline 3.
Galixian, what's up?
Climbing 7,000, just passing 2,000 feet.
Alright, random flight generator time. I found...
Nobody is listening on 121.79er.
I don't know why I keep saying that. I just heard someone. I think I'm just on the wrong frequency. Alright, random flight generator. Got this going. We got Fort Smith to Hot Springs. Let's go to sim brief. What's up, Chase? Might join in a bit doing a flight on VATSIM. Nice. Good luck. Alright, KFSM. I gotta find the right position for this microphone so I don't blow air into it. KFSM, Fox Sierra Mike to Hot, Hotel Oscar Tango. Alright, and then we got the SF-50 Vision Jet. And I'll just leave the passenger. I wonder... I wish you could randomize it. I guess I can kind of randomize it. Let's just say 2 passengers. And then... Okay, we just got 3 RNAV fixes for the route. Generate flight. Alright. Expected altitude is 15,000. I got a physical notepad again today. Learning how to write again with a pen. Super weird. Oh, I just realized I'm not wearing my glasses. Crap. Let me go grab my glasses. Be right back. All right, there we go. That's better. Now I can see what I'm writing. I was like, why is the paper blurry, but the screen is not? The fun of being farsighted a little bit. What's up, Riz? You can only fly the Cessna 152? Nah. You can definitely fly the TBM. TBM is quite easy to fly, actually. I mean, it'll be way faster than you're used to, which will be fun, but the TBM's a great starter for a faster plane as a turboprop. It might even be easier. The hardest part about flying is probably getting used to the G3000, using the touchscreens underneath the screens, underneath the PFD and MFD screens. But as far as like operationally, you can just use the quick start to get it going. Just hit Control E if you're on PC. How do you find it? Everybody has it, so it's already in your collection of planes. It's the Daer TBM 930. So that'll be comparable to the Vision Jet. It can fly like as fast and as high as the Vision Jet. And we're in Fort Smith, Fox Sierra Mike. It's at the top of the screen, and then we're gonna go to K Hot. So I'm just picking this route based off nothing, based off this website that gives us random routes. And it's only 81 miles, so this will be a pretty fast one. I want to get a few in today. Maybe I can get like 3 in. Okay, so 15,000 feet is what we're expecting. I just need to know our fuel, block fuel, and 2 passengers. So 2 packs, KFSM, which is Fort Smith. And then we're going to Hot Springs. Just writing this stuff down on my notepad. Two passengers, and we need 815 pounds of fuel. All right, and then I'll paste the route in the chat, but it's a pretty straightforward one. We just have 3 fixes. All right, so we just need to put in 2 passengers, 815 pounds of fuel. What is this music? I think I threw this music in because it would sound funny, and it does sound funny. What's up, Smeg? Just bought it yesterday. Oh, dude, the Vision Jet is incredible. This is such a technology-filled plane. You have the G3000 and you have auto throttle. It's pretty incredible. I think as far as like flying coffee house vibes, yeah. I think as far as flying IFR, like and using ATC and stuff, like the Vision Jet is probably one of the best because it's a GA feel, but you have like airliner technology essentially in it. So it's very nice. Like the auto throttle is what makes it feel very modern. So if you ever get speed restrictions and stuff like that, it's really cool. Division Jet. Yeah, what's up, Turk? Right up my alley. Yeah, I mean, it's really good if you're doing ATC where you're using your microphone, because the workload can get really high. So when you are actually, say you're using intentions and you're talking or using VATSIM or something, like you want to take advantage of all the tech in the plane. So having auto throttle is very nice. I remember doing some IFR flights on VATSIM a while ago with the Citation CJ4, which does not have auto throttle. And there were certain times where I was given speed restrictions and it was just so much work without auto throttle, trying to maintain those speeds. All right, so we do have an EFB in this thing. So down here, if you click the tablet, if it's not already out, you can pull this out. It has static, so we have chocks and covers and protectors and that stuff. You can see the pitot tube covers and like the engine intake protector. And I believe this one's on the static port here, or maybe this is probably the stall. The stall vane, I think. Is it called the vane? Stall vane? Anyway, so you can turn those off right here. And then, yeah, you can open the luggage door. It's in the back over here. And then if you go to luggage, you can choose like what's shown in there if you care. Just something like golf trip, snowboarding trip. But I don't think this actually has an effect on the weight. And then we also have a GPU if you want to use it. So if you're going to be on the ground for a while and you don't want to have the engine started up or the battery on for too long, then you can use the GPU until you start up. And then if you don't want to start it up yourself, the startup is so easy though. I'm not going to use the full checklist, but there are checklists. And actually, maybe I should use them if you guys are new at flying it. Show you where the checklists are. Is the Vision Jet worth $31.99? Well, it's supposed to be out as a default plane in Microsoft Flight Sim 2024. So it will be a free plane at the end of the year, but that's a good, 6-7 months away. So you could wait until then and then have it. But I really like this plane. I think based on whenever we're flying, there's a lot of people that fly along that are almost exclusively using the Vision Jet. So just based on how many people I see flying it, I think that it's pretty well liked. Yeah. What's pressure? Do you mean like barometric pressure? Anyway, if you don't want to start it up normally, you can do the shortcuts here. You can just get it ready for taxi by clicking here. Oh, what is the pressure at the airport? I don't know yet. We'll find out. Actually, we can find out with flow. If I just open weather, 2991. Okay. And then the one annoying thing you have to do every time you're in this plane is go to the tablet, go to Bose on the tablet, and turn the headphones on to get rid of them from the top of the like panel here. But this has like a noise reduction thing you can turn on if things are too loud for you. So you can drown out the engine noise if you want to. And then config gives you access to, lets you change the seating configuration. So executive has 2 seats, and then there's complete, which has 5. There's 3 in the back and 2 in the middle. And then family is like exactly the same thing with seats that don't look as nice for some reason. Maybe they're a little lighter. But we have 2 passengers, so I'll do executive. And I don't think this changes any of the weight or anything like that. Pretty sure that it's always the same weight when you change this stuff. Let's test that actually. Yeah, none of the weights are changing. So it's just visual. Same with the luggage. When you change the luggage, it's just a visual thing. All right, I'm going to take the chocks off now so I don't forget to do it later and then we can stow the tablet. I pasted the route up above. I'll paste it again. There's just three waypoints I'm going to follow. Or you can go and, you know, generate your own route on SimBrief. All right, so we're supposed to have 2 passengers, so we'll put 0 on the co-pilot, and we'll just put 2 passengers in. Let's do a 130 and a 200. And then for fuel, it said we need 815 pounds. So I'm just going to raise the fuel here until the fuel here is enough. It already is, actually. We already have more than enough, 980. I'll just leave it. It's fine to have extra fuel. All right, let's get this thing started. This thing is so easy to start up. All we have to do is flip the battery switches on here and here. So if you hit Control 1, you'll see all the buttons here. I have a switch, so I'm just going to hit my switch that'll turn battery 1 and 2 on. And then you just wait for the Garmin to come alive so you can see your engine information. Here's the engine info right over here. I think you can actually start with just battery 1 if you want. But the important thing is that you see the engine information. And then down here, you just turn the engine to run and then press the engine start stop button. We hear the fuel pump is on automatically. You just hit the engine start stop button. And then it'll start the engine. We just wait for everything to get up into the green and then we can turn our alternators on.
You need to stop the engines to request ground services.
Oh, that's GSX. Let me close that. Altitude, it estimated 15,000 for this. It's a pretty short flight. All right, and there are no failures in this thing, so when you turn it on, it's like it's going to start every time, I'm pretty sure, no matter what. Anyway, once it's started, then you can go back here and turn Gen 1 and 2 on. And then you just turn your master oxygen on. These right here. Oxygen to on, bleed to on. And then the last thing we'll have is probe heat, but we're supposed to wait until we get ready for takeoff before we turn the probe heat on, which is the same as your pitot heat. And then we only have strobe and landing lights in this. There's an ice light if you want to check the wing for ice. But besides that, we only have strobe and landing lights. So we just pretty much use the landing light on all the time as soon as we're moving. And then the strobe we can turn on during takeoff and landing. And it'll flash our landing lights when we turn strobe on. And then we do have ice protection over here as well. So we have engine anti-ice, the wing and stabilizer anti-ice. So those are boots. So these will inflate and knock ice off right here on the leading edge of the wing and the stabilizer back here. You can see that like gray. And it'll actually animate. And then we also have these other 3 are windshield. So if we see icing on the windows, we can turn the first one on. The second one is for high, and then we can press this button to do a max, like TKS style, like get rid of the ice. And then the weird thing about, like, I don't like the G3000 that much, but the configuration I usually use is hit PFD for the left screen, hit navcom for the center screen, and then hit MFD for the right screen. And if you get something like, where's the message here? If you get a message like, oh, let's see if I can, like this, cross-side GTC. Nice, Raccoon with 6 months. Hey, did you just upgrade your chair? Congratulations on your gaming chair, sir. Thanks for the 6 months. You actually have armrests on your chair for the first time in 6 months. Thanks, Raccoon. So if you ever get a message like this, just click through the other options until you get back to the one you want, and it'll fix it. One of you guys taught me that last time. So here it says cross-side in full screen mode. Like, just hit MFD, go to PFD and hit MFD again, and then you'll be back on it. So I'm going to put the map on the... I'm going to hit full screen, and I want it on the map. And then I'm going to hit SimBrief. And we're going to import from SimBrief because that's where I generated the flight plan. That'll bring all the waypoints along. How do you become a couch member? I think there's a join button somewhere underneath the video. I think it matters if you're on mobile or web or what, but yeah. If you want a nice little icon. It's $1 a month. That's the lowest I could set it, so. If you want a sweet little icon next to your name. Alright, so now we just verify that we have the 3 fixes here. Drano, Maga, and Daniil. Alright. Or Drano, Maga, Daniil. So those are set, and then we have our arrival. And I'm going to set the runway so I can hit up here to set the departure runway, which is expected to be 20, and then the arrival runway, and hit destination, and then select arrival runway, choose 05. That'll just help us later when we choose an approach. It'll be defaulted to that runway. Or if we entered an arrival, it would be defaulting to ones that are relevant for that runway. All right, I'm just going to leave it on the flight plan screen, and now we can just use this knob down here to zoom out, see our full flight, our full route there. Yeah, is the Vision Jet electric? It's not, no. But I think we might eventually, like if we were going to get an electric plane in the sim, I bet we would get something like the Diamond, right? Was it the DA-50 is electric? It'd be really cool to get an electric plane. I mean, it's going to be the future probably, so it'd be cool to have one in the sim at some point. Just something different. Okay, I'm going to go over to Say Intentions and let's grab our... Oh, they changed... Something that's really nice is they just updated this yesterday, Say Intentions. They made it so you can click... To save time, you can go into Say Intentions, and it'll show you a list of all the relevant frequencies around you, and you can just click the frequency to tune into it, so I'm going to try it right now. So 124.775. I'm in another window up at the top of my screen you can't see with Say Intentions, but I'm just going to click ATC and see if it changes our frequency for us. They said it's like a few second delay before it actually changes it. 124.775. Yep, there it goes. So it just changed the frequency. So I don't have to manually put them in every single time if I don't want to. So this should be the ATC frequency. Not hearing it just yet. Let me double check here if it's the right one. Let's get this important. Oh, there it is.
Visibility 10. Sky conditions, clear. Temperature 27. Judsimal 1A. QNH 1012. Visual approaches in
It's still doing the QNH thing.
On course heading altitude,
so I'm just going to hit B to set it.
Requested.
It's like 2991.
Read back all runway and hold short instructions. VFR departures contact clearance delivery on 133.85. Advise on initial contact. You have information November.
All right, we got information November.
Report information November.
I kind of like changing the frequencies myself. All right, I'm going to bring this flight in on SimBrief. And we'll pull up the frequencies here. All right, clearance is 3385, 3385 transfer. And then after that, we'll have ground 219er. All right, that's set. All right, 2991 on the pressure. And then to get set up for takeoff, all you need is flaps 50. And then you can see the takeoff section, a little area here for pitch trim. So I'm going to use my pitch trim button and pull that up about 6 degrees. And then if you want your speeds to show, you can go down here to the PFD side, or whichever screen you have set to PFD, and hit speed bugs, and then takeoff, turn them all on. Or you can turn on which ones you want. Like, I don't really need the VY because the auto throttle will take care of it. But you can turn whichever ones on you want, or you can click to customize them. If you want to get super detailed on the procedures in this, you don't have to pull out a checklist of your own anywhere, like a PFD. Something that's really, really good about this is the checklist wheel right here. If you're using a mouse, you right click on it, and that'll bring up the checklist. And then you can, while pointing at the wheel, use your mouse wheel to scroll it, and you just right click to check the boxes. So you have built-in checklists here. So as you keep clicking them, eventually it'll go to next checklist will be highlighted at the bottom, and you just right click again. Now it goes to the next checklist. So engine start, oh, strobe lights on, I missed that. So I have strobes on now. So this is a way to go through them if you want to go through the checklist completely. So it's really nice that they're built in, but I'm going to mostly skip them. It's just to save some time. And checklist, I think I have to go to PFD. Is it PFD settings? Somewhere on here I can turn off the checklist. Oh, I just have to hit full, that's right. So if you split, it can only show the checklist here, so you can hit full to go back. Alright, let me call clearance up. Fort Smith, clearance, Vision Jet 6063 Echo. Like to pick up our IFR clearance to Hot Springs. Alright, craft time. And the first
Vision Jet 6063 Echo, Fort Smith clearance. I'll have your clearance in just a second.
Okay, so the first, they might give us something like vectors to Durano, so we'll just be listening out for that first waypoint in case they put it in the clearance part. And they'll give us an initial altitude. We're expecting 15,000.
Vision Jet 6063 Echo, Fort Smith clearance, cleared to Hot Springs Airport. Radar vectors Drano, then as filed. Climb and maintain 15,000. Departure on 120.9er. Squawk 3774. Expect runway 20 for departure. Information November is current.
Alright, clear to Hot Springs. Vectors to Drano, then as filed. 15,000. 120.9er. Squawk 3774. We'll expect runway 20. Vision Jet 63 Echo. That was a pretty fast readback. It's hard to write all that down really quickly. But we got 15,000 and 120.9 for the departure.
Vision Jet 63 Echo, readback correct.
Alright, now we go down to our nav comm screen, set our transponder code 3774. And it's set to automatic by default, and I think it usually works fine if I leave it on auto, but you could manually put it to altitude mode if you want. I'm going to leave it on auto and see how it does. I'm guessing it turns it to altitude reporting like once you're moving. And then 120.9 is going to be our departure frequency. So that should match up here. Yeah, there's Razorback departure 120.9. And they said climb and maintain 15,000. So let's go ahead and put that 15,000 in selected altitude. And expect runway 20, which is what we have set on our flight plan already. Runway 20. Does it matter the aircraft for this flight? It only matters if you want to fly right along, like catch up with me specifically. But no, I mean, it's not like a group flight like we did yesterday. Like usually on Saturdays, we do the group flights where everybody's kind of low and slow. We fly more as a group, but yeah, today I'm just doing some IFR. And if you want to fly along, you're more than welcome. But yeah, you'll probably want something faster because this thing goes like 300 knots. So the TBM is a pretty good option because it's a similar speed, can go at similar altitude. All right, 15,000. Then I'm going to go ahead and hit heading mode and flight level change mode. On our speed bugs over here, we have VY is 165. It sets it to 140 by default, but you can change that down here with the auto throttle if you want. Hit manual and then do it, but I'm going to hit FMS and that turns it purple, and that means it's going to do it itself. It's going to manage our speeds as soon as we turn on auto throttle. So we'll do that when we take off. All right, then we're expecting runway 20, which is to the north. So we're expecting Bravo. Yeah, just taxiway Bravo. Maybe they'll say Alpha Bravo. Alpha then Bravo to runway 20. So let's go over to ground 21.9 and put the tower frequency in. Standby 18.3, 1183. All right, that's all set.
Tornado 892 Tango Oscar taxi to holding
Vision
point
Jet, my
Bravo
favorite
2
plane.
via
Dude, so
taxiway
many
Alpha.
people love the Vision Jet.
Taxiing
It's
to
a
holding
it's a
point
great
Bravo
plane.
2 via Alpha Tornado
It's got all the
892
technology
Tango
in it.
Oscar.
It's not as you just don't. It's GA. You know, it's not a giant airliner. It's really fast to get started and going. Yeah, it's a really nice plane. The Honda Jet's also great. It's even faster than this one. Fort Smith ground Vision Jet. 6063 Echo, ready to taxi with information November. Alright, we're expecting them to give us runway 20 via Alpha Bravo. Sometimes the taxi information is wrong though.
Jet 6063 Echo Fort Smith ground taxi to runway 20 via Alpha Bravo. Hold short of runway
Nice.
20.
Runway 20 via Alpha Bravo, hold short runway 20, Vision Jet 63 Echo. Alright, Alpha and Bravo is right. So Alpha is actually, technically we would go here I guess to use Alpha and then turn left on Bravo. Wish there was a glare shield. Yeah, sometimes you have the sun is at a bad angle and you zoom in on these screens, these touch screens can get a lot of glare on them.
X-ray Papa, hold short of
It's definitely
taxiway
not
Echo
fun,
traffic
and none
landing
of
on runway
none of
30.
these shades up here work,
Holding short of
nor does
taxiway
the
Echo
parachute
Cherokee
or
315
these switches
X-ray
up
Papa.
here. So there are definitely some limitations to it, but you know, even despite that, I think it's great.
5529 Bravo at the Academy. Request taxi to runway 27 with Sierra.
All right, parking brake is off, probe heat is off still, and we're gonna taxi a little to our right to get onto Alpha and then turn left onto Bravo. Then we're gonna switch over to Tower. And we're just climbing up to our cruise altitude, 15,000.
Enable runway 16. Request taxi to runway 27. Run up 5529 Bravo.
All right, this is Alpha. We're going to turn left here onto Bravo. And we're taking Bravo to runway 20.
27 via Charlie Alpha, hold short 16. Then taxi via Bravo for run up 29 Bravo.
All right, and then runway 20, I'm going to set the heading on that, which is 200 exactly. So we'll set it to runway heading. There's 218. All right, 200. That's set. And then pretty much when you take off, like if you want to use auto throttle, once you engage autopilot when you're at 400 feet AGL or above, then you'll just hit the AT button down here. You can also set a shortcut to this, which is really nice. Actually, I'm going to check real quick if I have a shortcut set up. Runway 20, Ninja. Let me check the shortcut. There is one you can set for auto throttle. And I don't know if I have it set yet. So here's ARM auto throttle. What is button 19? I wish I knew. Let me start hitting buttons randomly.
Falcon 762.
Okay, that's button
Romeo taxi to holding
3.
point Bravo 2 via taxiway Charlie and Delta.
Taxiing to holding point Bravo 2 via Charlie and Delta Falcon 762 Foxtrot Romeo.
29. Where did I set my auto throttle button? It's got to be a push button somewhere. And, oh, I set it on my stick. So I need to find where button 19 on my stick is. I bet it's... Oh, that's it. There we go. Nice. All right. I pushed the little mouse wheel thing for auto throttle. So yeah, you can set that if you fly the Vision Jet a lot. It's a good idea to have Autopilot Master, of course, set. And then auto throttle is really good to have set. And there's two options for auto throttle. Down here, you can either set it to manual or FMS. If you set it to FMS, it's going to use all the predetermined climb speeds, cruise speeds, all of that. You won't have to change it. But if for some reason you want to slow down manually, then you can turn it to manual mode. And then you set it just kind of like you set your flight level change speed. Use this knob way down here.
Then as filed.
And that'll let you change the auto throttle speed.
Expect flight level 250 after departure. Departure frequency 130.925, squawk 4521. Departure runway 33.
Alex says my Vision Jet always seems to wobble on takeoff. If there's any kind of crosswind. Yeah, ground, I mean, unfortunately, I think in Microsoft Flight Simulator, ground handling is still pretty crappy in general. I have a lot of the planes I'm flying, like, it's very hard to maintain centerline. I don't know. People will always say it's easy in like YouTube comments and stuff, but I don't know anybody that can hold the centerline easily when there's any kind of decent crosswind. And when you land in Microsoft Flight Simulator, it's pretty common for the nose wheel to get pulled hard in one direction as soon as you touch down. But at the end of this month, on the 30th, Sim Update 15 is supposed to come out, and they're introducing all these new physics with the airframe and with the tires. I tried it out last month sometime when the first version of the beta came out for it, and it was much nicer to fly and do ground handling with the Cessna 172 that it's implemented in. But unfortunately, I think it's going to be a thing where over time, I assume each aircraft is going to have it implemented into their physics. Like, they'll have to take advantage of the new ground handling stuff. I don't know. We'll see what happens. That's my guess. But it seemed a lot better to me just in the brief time that I tested it. So hopefully that stuff comes and we'll all have better ground handling. All right, outside air temperature down here says 27 degrees. It's very hot, so we do not need engine anti-ice. I watched a real-world Vision Jet pilot on YouTube a while back, and they said that they... Oh, whoops, I forgot it here. They said that they pretty much have landing lights on at all phases of flight. Like, once you're moving, you have it on until you stop on the ground. And then engine anti-icing, you turn on whenever you're 10 degrees Celsius or below. You just turn it on and leave it on. All right, let's go ahead and switch over to tower. And then we'll put in our departure frequency, which is 120.9. 129. Enter. So now we're on with the tower. All right. Fort Smith Tower, Vision Jet 63 Echo, holding short runway 20, ready for departure. IFR. What are all the airports? I don't know yet. I just pick them randomly. I like to keep things spicy and just randomize it so I'm not flying to the same airports constantly.
6063 Echo, Fort Smith Tower, runway 20, line up and wait.
Runway 20, line up and wait, 63 Echo. All right, let's get pitot heat turned on finally. Hey Rock, what's up? Which program for ATC?
63 Echo, runway 20, cleared for takeoff.
Runway 20, cleared for takeoff, Vision Jet 63 Echo. All right, we're clear for takeoff. I'll get to the chat in a second. Sorry, guys. Let's do this. We'll get lined up. We'll give it full throttle. And once we take off, once we get 400 AGL, then we'll turn on our autopilot. We'll turn on auto throttle. All right, full power. Takeoff thrust is set right down here.
Captain speaking. Thanks for choosing Air Coach Captains. Remember to smash that like button and smoke M if you got M.
All right, here comes rotation, 90 knots.
Allegiant
There it is.
161, welcome to Melbourne. Contact
Traffic.
ground on 121.9er.
6 o'clock.
All right,
Same
gear
altitude.
coming up right
Less
now.
than 1 mile. Traffic. 6 o'clock.
No, I'm
Same
gonna have to turn the
altitude.
traffic warnings
Less
off.
than 1 mile. Traffic.
All right, we're at
Traffic.
200 on the radar
6 o'clock.
altimeter right here. Once we get up to
Same altitude.
400 AGL, we
Less
can
than
turn on
1
our
mile.
autopilot.
Traffic.
Getting ready for
Traffic.
that. I'll have
6
to turn that
o'clock.
off.
Same
All right,
altitude.
autopilot on, and then
Less
I'm
than
gonna
1
press my
mile.
auto throttle button, and we
Traffic.
see it say climb
Traffic.
here.
6 o'clock. Same altitude.
Or you have to come down here and hit
Less than 1
auto
mile.
throttle right here to turn auto throttle and FMS mode on. These two should be on. Yeah, we have 18 knot headwind right now. All right, let me turn the traffic off. This is going to get annoying if we keep hearing that. Traffic settings, standby. There we go. If you guys want to turn it off, go to the MFD traffic settings and then turn it to standby. All right, we're going to keep flying runway heading. They're going to switch us to departure in a second here. Raccoon, thanks for the $4.99 super chat, dude.
Vision Jet 63
All right, here we
Echo,
go.
contact departure.
Over to departure, 63 Echo. All right, 20.9 on departure frequency there. And they didn't tell us to fly runway heading, so I'm going to turn on to course. They didn't give us a restriction, so we're going to make our left turn around here. And then hit nav mode, so it's ready to grab that. So we're going to go direct Drano. Oh, wait, they did say vectors, didn't they? Wait, I'm wrong. I'm going back to heading mode. Oh, no. They said vectors to Drano. I'm wrong.
5410 radar contact, Colorado Springs altimeter 3000. Fly heading 350 vectors to Black Forest, then own navigation.
Departure Vision Jet 6063 Echo 3000 climbing 15 at 15,000. Okay, yeah, I should have stayed on the runway heading. And yeah, ATC I'm using say intentions.
6063 Echo Razorback approach. I'm not
Razorback.
seeing your transponder. Confirm squawking 6354 mode C.
What?
Ident one more time for me.
That's wrong. 6354. Alright, 6354 in the box and ident 63 Echo. I think there's been a bug yesterday. I think the last time there was a bug too. It's changing my squawk code. It was 3774. I have it written down. Now it's changing us, but alright, we'll just change it. Oh, and now it's on standby instead of auto.
Traffic. 10 o'clock.
Let's put it on altitude
Less than 1
reporting.
mile.
And then let's hit ident again. Rock, glad you asked about
Vision
ATC.
Jet 63 Echo radar contact. Fort Smith altimeter 2988. Fly heading 073 vectors
Alright,
to
2988.
Drano. Then own navigation.
Heading 073 to Drano, then own navigation 63 Echo. Alright, so now we're going to turn 073 and then hit nav mode, so that's in standby here. FMS in white, and we're still climbing. Rock said, hi from Greece, can you tell me about ATC? We're using say intentions. To be honest, the last few days it's been a little buggy. Like, it's giving us, it's giving us, it looks like the altitudes were
United
fixed.
5410 climb and maintain flight level 220.
Anyway, it's like an AI ATC, so you talk to it. You can say anything you want to it pretty much. You can declare emergencies. You can, you know, it's got a lot of features, but anyway, I have a link to it in the description. And actually just today, the Say Intentions team opened up like a little affiliate thing. So I never ever promote things unless there's like actually a benefit for you guys. So if you use like the link they gave me, then you get $5 off if you end up paying for it. So that's in the description now. They just started this this thing where I can offer $5 off for your first month. But it's kind of expensive. It's people think it's generally expensive. It's like $30 a month. But AI is, I always say the same thing. AI is expensive. Like, the cost will come down over time, but I paid for it with my own money. I'm not, they don't give it to me for free or anything like that. So for me, it's worth the money and I use it every day. And yeah, I just really like it. 30-minute flight. Yes, it's only 30 minutes in the air for this first flight. It's a quick one. All right, so we're going O navigation. We're flying the heading they gave us, 073. Still climbing 6,000 feet. That's actually a really good vector. Look at this. That's a pretty good vector. Maybe a little to the right, but...
Piper 345, Charlie maintain present altitude.
Terrain mod. I have Rex AccuSeason installed. Oh yeah, Alex said one of my issues is using the twist. I am too, actually. What I would do is go in, what I do on the twist axis and all of my axes is set the sensitivity to like negative 50%. I go back and forth between using rudder pedals and using the stick twist, but here's the Z axis, so this is me twisting my stick. For pretty much all of my axes, I have them all at negative 50 or negative 60. I have like negative 60% on the rudder. So when I first start moving it, it's very subtle changes. So I would recommend trying one of those like negative sensitivity settings for yours and see if that helps you or not. What's up, Andy? Hey, Underdog, what's up? Dude, Raccoon, thanks again for the for 6 months membership, man, and the super chat. Appreciate it, man. All right, we're at 6,800, climbing 15,000.
180 American 1342.
And then I'm gonna go down here and set up for the arrival already. We're expecting runway 5, so just so we can get the top of descent once we're in cruise, I'm gonna go to proc and just put in... Okay, ILS 05 is chosen by default, so I'm just gonna load that.
On 128.375.
Just so we get some extra waypoints, some VNAV information, and we'll get a top of descent timer once it's once we're in cruise there.
Over to 128.375.
I still got strobe on. So if you keep strobe on, it actually strobe or wigwags the landing lights like this. I thought it was supposed to turn them off at one point. Oh my god, my flaps are down still. Whoops, flaps up. Great.
510 contact Dallas.
And I think the only way to get rid of the wigwag like this is turning strobe off again. So I just turned it off on my stick, or on my throttle panel thing, and now it's steady again. There's some logic about when it does the wigwag thing, but I think it's supposed to stop once you're like 1,000 feet above the ground with landing gear up and all that. Oh, Alex says I think I'm at 0% on everything. Yeah, I would try bringing them down a lot, because usually you don't want to make, like for me at least, every time I would use like any of the axes, it would feel way too sensitive. So I pulled them down so I could have a bit more precision, especially with the rudder, because you're going to mainly be using that on takeoff. It would be really difficult to try to do coordinated turns with a twist axis, like rolling and twisting at the same time. We don't really feel the uncoordinated turn stuff in the sim anyway. But I feel like if you flew in real life, you would probably want to get real rudder pedals and practice coordinating your turns.
Chemtrail ops approved. Janet 294. Have a great day.
All right, coming up on 10,000 feet. We're going to leave our landing lights on, though. And then outside our temperature is under 10, so we're going to turn the engine anti-ice on.
Departure, Cessna, Juliet Tango, climbing through 7,000 for 15.
What's the flight plan? I pasted it a few times already, but we're going to these waypoints right here. Drano, Maga, and Daniil. But I always paste it a few times in the chat, and you can always go and generate your own. I would use SimBrief if you haven't used it. SimBrief is free, and probably if you're doing the same route at the same time as me, when you generate it, it's going to generate the same route for you. Oh yeah, Alex says I find it super impressive. Vision Jet can have landing gear down at 210 knots. Yeah, me too. Yeah, right here. The extension speed, 210, is pretty nuts. And then I think flaps are what, 190 and 150, I think? Yeah, 190 for the first notch of flaps, 50%. Also seems pretty high. It's pretty amazing. All right, gonna sync the heading bug again.
Fort Smith altimeter 2988.
Actually, no, we were 073. We're good.
Then no navigation.
If you guys want to make the sound less, like the cabin sounds, deaden them, you can turn on the Bose thing here, bring up the tablet, go to Bose, and turn on active noise reduction. And it just cuts out all of that ambient sound, all the engine sound, which is pretty nice and peaceful, actually. It's very nice. So this is meant to do, it kind of does what in the sound settings you can turn on for every plane, like headphone simulation. Yeah, SimBrief is free. It was purchased or acquired by Navigraph a year or two ago, but it is free. The only thing you have to do is make a Navigraph login first. You do not have to pay for Navigraph. And then the paid option, though, is if you own Navigraph, you'll get the latest up-to-date AirAct data in SimBrief. I mean, that's basically Navigraph's business, is to provide charts and updated nav data. So if you happen to be a paid Navigraph subscriber, you can use more up-to-date nav data in SimBrief as well. That was actually a thing before they acquired SimBrief. How do you read the instruments in this jet? So it's pretty much just like, it's a Garmin G3000, so it's very similar to the G1000. So you basically have your 6-pack equivalent here on the PFD, primary flight display. So this is all the crucial information in one like box you can see very clearly. The advantage is if you had a more traditional cockpit with like a 6-pack or analog or seam gauge instruments, you're generally looking in like 6-7 different spots, like four to six spots, whatever your scan is. You're looking here, then down here, then up here, then over here. This is much more compact, so you get all of that in the same spot. So you have your attitude indicator right here, and then you have your airspeed information over here, and then over here we have our altitude information, including our altimeter setting, our vertical speed, and then at the bottom we have our HSI. So it's a combination between a CDI, course deviation indicator, so it's showing our planned course on our GPS, and our DG or our compass all in one instrument. That's an HSI or digital HSI. So you have everything you need in one little condensed spot right here, which is the advantage of something like a G1000 or G3000. And then similarly, all your most important engine information is over here. So in this, it's pretty much just our percent thrust. And then we have all our temperatures, pressures, and things like that. But yeah, generally you're just looking over to see if things are in the green or hitting their limits, or if they're scary, like getting out of the normal ranges. And this kind of thing, the EIS, Engine Information System, this is customizable per plane. So especially in the G1000, certain planes you'll fly in will have different gauges and things called out, depending on if it's a twin or not. 128.475, 63 Echo. All right, we're going to Memphis Center, 128.475. 28.475. Transfer. It's kind of nice having the Bose, those headphones in. The simulation makes it all quiet and calm. Memphis Center, Vision Jet, 6063 Echo, 15,000 feet. Galixian's descending already. Yep. Hopefully they give us our approach right now.
Vision Jet 6063 Echo, Memphis Center, roger.
So we're expecting runway 20. So we could do the ILS. Matters the weather there. So let's go ahead and pull up the ATIS. Okay, it's an ASOS, and it is an untowered airport. Right, we just have a Unicon, just have a CTAF frequency. So we're not going to get a ground controller or tower controller. They're just going to leave us off on an approach. 119925. Oops, we're going to put that down here. And monitor COM 2.
Vision Jet 6063 Echo, Memphis Center. Descend and maintain 6,000, fly heading 150 vectors for the RNAV runway 5 approach.
Oh, did you say descend and maintain 6,000? Descend and maintain 6,000, fly heading 150, and we'll expect the RNAV 5. 63 Echo. All right, let's descend and maintain 6,000. Now what's interesting is I noticed I used flight level change in this before and it descends so fast. It's just kind of crazy. Here, I'll show you guys now. Like if I hit FLC, it gives me a descent indicator here up on the FMA, the flight mode annunciations. But look at our vertical speed. 6,000 feet per minute. Look at us. We're pitched down at 15 degrees. So anyway, I'm going to switch to vertical speed mode because that's insane. And we're going to do like 2,000 feet per minute. So I'm not sure why it does that. It should be pitching for 3-degree flight angle of descent.
Vision Jet 63 Echo, descend and maintain 5,000.
Descend and maintain 5,000, 63 Echo. So I just end up using vertical speed mode. You can define it over here in the VNAV section. So here under descent, it says 250 knots or Mach 0.5, 3-degree flight path angle or angle of descent. So I don't know why it exceeds a 3-degree angle. It seems like these should be limitations and it doesn't seem to be following the 3-degree limitation. So I'm not sure. Not sure what's up with that. Okay, let's do that heading. We're supposed to go heading 150.
48 knots.
There's 150 on the heading. And then they said to expect the RNAV for runway 5. We were expecting runway... Oh, runway 5 is what we were expecting, yeah. Thank you, Mountain, for the gifted membership. Free Chihuahua to a good home.
United 5410, contact Denver Center on 133.4.
All right, so we're going to select the approach, RNAV for 05. It's an LPV approach. And I'm just going to choose the only available initial approach fix. They're going to end up vectoring us probably. Since it's untowered as well, they're probably just going to leave us off on a heading, tell us to report the field insider, cancel our IFR clearance, and then we'll land ourselves.
Vision Jet 63 Echo, contact Razorback approach on 121.0.
121.0, Vision Jet 63 Echo. 121.0. All right, Razorback approach. I think that's what he said. All right, we're still descending here. Usually I just do the ground speed times 5 to give us our rate of descent. So if we did ground speed times 5 here, we would get what, 1,500? 3 times 5 is 15. So if I want 3 degrees, I would do 1,500 feet per minute. Because I have the approach set in though, we do see our target feet per minute is more like 1,600. So I'm going to do that. But yeah, a good rule of thumb is ground speed times 5. And if you're using a Garmin, you can generally find your ground speed really easily. Even on like the 430, 530. All right, so yeah, we're expecting runway 5, which is here, 6,500 foot runway, and we'll want to exit to the left.
Traffic departing runway 27, climb and maintain 7,000, turn left, heading 210.
And I'm going to go in here, choose the RNAV, add that to our pin board. All right, that's done. And here's the RNAV approach.
Cleared visual approach, runway tree 6 right, maintain 170.
All right, minimums for the LPV is 1014.
FedEx 1296.
Go put that on the PFD over here. Minimums 1014 is our DA. Enter. And speed bugs landing on. So we'll have little indicators here for our approach and our reference speed. All right, we're going down to 5,000. We're almost there. We're at 6,700.
Delta 1067.
All right, let's see if we can hear the ATIS on COM 2 again.
Temperature 23. Dew point 16. Altimeter 2999er. Visual approaches in use. Advise on initial contact you have information Victor. Memorial Field Airport information
All right, 2999 on the altimeter.
1953 Zulu. Wind calm. Visibility 10. Sky conditions, solid overcast at 2500 feet. Temperature 23. Dew point 16. Altimeter 2999er.
All right, overcast at 2,500 feet. Winds are calm. Visibility 10 miles.
Approach today. Delta 1067 with you.
With you.
For 2,300.
All right. This is a fast-paced flight just because we're barely in cruise and then we're setting up, so I feel a little frantic here. Feel a little busy in the cockpit. What's up, Words? We're flying to Hot Springs. Hot Springs, Arkansas. This is a short flight from Fort Smith to Hot Springs. I'm going to try to get a couple flights in. Maybe a few flights in. And we got the amazing Bose noise cancellation going here. It's actually nice. You can hear the music a little better.
56 Alpha Bravo, right to the VOR,
Hear ATC better. It's kind of a little more realistic, actually.
Right to the VOR, descending to 4056
From the like
Alpha
3
Bravo.
times I've worn headsets and planes in real life. Yeah, 20 knot. Actually, I got a 20 knot crosswind right now. We're going to turn to the right. Yeah, that's going to translate to a tailwind, isn't it? This seems like the wrong runway. Yeah, this seems like a bad idea, right? It said winds calm, but if we look, I mean, winds calm is what the field is reporting. That it could be significantly less once we get down, so we'll see what happens.
Descending to 2000,
Always
clear
fun.
ILS 189er81 Tango Mike.
This music is kind of appropriate for descending through the clouds. Oh, you're departing right now, Blue? We're going to be at the other airport in... Looks like about 11 minutes we'll be landing. You might want to meet us at the next airport then. So it's kind of fast-paced. Like, I'm just doing it at my pace. So yeah, this is just different than our Saturday streams where we all, you know, I'm waiting up or catching up to you guys or waiting up for you guys. But yeah, it's a... This is kind of a me stream, you know, to be honest. If you guys can catch up, then that's great. And if you follow along in a similar plane, it's great. But yeah, it's not as focused on a group flight today. I just want to do some IFR stuff, get some ATC practice in, all that. I don't know the next airport yet. I pick a new route randomly each time. This plane can land without flaps in good conditions. Yeah, I don't know the procedures for flaps. I know that, like, generally you don't want to use as much flaps if the winds are crazy, especially a crosswind. It's weird. It's getting pushed around so much that I feel like I'm in like a faster sim rate or something. Some of the people talking are real, yeah. On Say Intention, so it has a multiplayer thing. So we hear other players and we hear AI at the same time. Ninja, I'm gonna do multiple flights. The first one just happens to be a short one. I keep it random and I pick random airports to fly to and from, and it's really good practice because you have to open up and look at the charts for everything. You don't get as familiar with the exact same airports over and over again, so it adds some randomness to it. So that's why I do it. Wonder if it might be fun to fly in the UK or something. Hear some of the accents.
170 to McGee, Delta 1721.
Hear some of the other AI controller accents that have like British English accents. Pretty sure they have British accents in there. What's up, Enos? Oh, the anti-ice status? I haven't looked at that for a while, actually. I think it's over here on the MFD aircraft systems. Yeah, you have all of these extra screens here. Yeah, here's ice protection. There are a bunch of different status screens here. This status one is actually pretty nice. Density altitude is an awesome calculation to have too. But yeah, there's a bunch of systems here I almost never look at. Lots of stuff here. Yeah, you should just keep it on the map. But you could do a half map and then switch the pane over to the right and then bring up some of those aircraft systems like this. The music.
1342, slow to 180 knots traffic ahead.
All right, we're at 250 knots now. I think I'm going to slow us down a bit manually because we should be making a turn already. So I'm going to slow us down to like, let's go down to 170. So I went down here, hit the manual button, and then you can use this knob or a shortcut. It's the same shortcut that changes your FLC speed or your IAS speed if you have one for that. And it'll change this and it'll follow that speed. So I'm just changing this down to 170. And we're down to 5,000 feet. We're just waiting for a new heading.
Navy on 635 Juliet Whiskey, right to 0.
Oh, right, we're coming. Actually, the winds are going to be fine because, yeah, we have to do a reversal.
Climbing to 7,000, 635 Juliet Whiskey.
And turn this music down. Watch out for the hill. If you turn off ECS, what would happen? I think this is just for the temperature. I didn't even turn it on. This is just for the internal temperature, I think. All the pressurization. Though it could be really cold in here right now. Yeah, I forgot to turn that on. But there's no like passenger complaining or anything like that in this plane. But the pressurization is all automatic. So we have our cabin pressure right down here. All right, let's see if they give us a head. I'm going to double check to make sure they didn't say anything here. Did I contact approach? Oh, maybe I got distracted and I didn't contact approach.
125.
I don't think I ever contacted approach. Razorback approach, November 6063 Echo, 5,000 feet, RNAV, runway 5. I don't think I contacted approach. I was just chatting with you guys. All right. This is why we don't have YouTube live chat in real airplanes, I would assume.
063 Echo, Razorback approach, roger. Altimeter 1014.
A 1014. Can you give me the altimeter in inches of mercury because we're in the United States? Thanks. Yeah, I don't think I ever contacted him. That's my bad. Oops.
Vision Jet 63 Echo, altimeter 29906.
906. Thanks. 63 Echo. All right, 2996. See, this is one of the things with AI, right? Like I could just tell it, hey, give me that in inches of mercury instead, even though it's a bug, because it's like AI all the time can respond to anything. It'll correct itself. So it's kind of cool to have that option. Yeah, I got 299er on the ATIS as well, but they told me 906. So probably where we are is 906, and at the airport is 909. 9er, but all right, I probably can.
63 Echo contact Memphis on 128.475.
All right, over to Memphis 128.475 63 Echo. Memphis Vision Jet 6063 Echo 5,000 feet. Yeah, I think I messed it up. I messed them up big time because I didn't switch over to approach and contact them.
Vision Jet 6063 Echo Memphis, roger.
Loud and clear now. Oh, say intentions in the chat. What's up, Brian? Oh, we're gonna go in and out of the soup over and over again, so that's a bonus. All right, I'm not sure if they're going to be able to recover from my diversion here. Because I flew way past where they're expecting me to be right now. We're getting so much turbulence.
Flight level 140, Boeing Heavy.
Waiting at the touchdown point. Ready to watch the landings. Nice. All right, I might have to poke the controller and ask him for vectors. Memphis, can you give us some vectors to get on the RNAV runway 5 at Hot Springs? 63 Echo. Ask for VFR landing. Yeah, they might actually give us a visual if they can get us down a little lower. Well, the clouds over the airfield were supposedly 2,500, but we're at a...
Vision Jet 63 Echo, fly heading 300 to intercept the RNAV runway 5 approach at Hot Springs.
All right, 300 heading for the RNAV 5, Vision Jet 63 Echo. Dude, I rolled that perfectly. Look at that. 300. Bam. All right, fly heading 300. So they're sending us... what, this direction? It's not bad. Maybe they'll give us another turn. It's pretty good. Somebody asked how you change the zoom. This is one thing I don't like about the G3000, but there are kind of two steps mattering how you have it configured. The first is to make sure that it is selected in the right window. So if you see this purple outline around the entire thing, that is basically telling you which window is active or which panel is active because you can split it. In my case, since I have it split, this one is active with a purple around it. If you're full screen like this, you'll just see the purple. If it's split like this, you may need to use this top big knob here to choose the active window like this. See how it's switching between status and this one? So once your navigation map has purple around it, then you use the bottom knob and you can turn it to zoom in and out. So yeah, I try to not use the split stuff too often because it can get a little confusing. But yeah, you'll get better than you'll get to be better at it than I am just with a little practice. Like I'm being stubborn and just leaving this on full the whole time just to simplify it. But yeah, if you use it in split pretty often, and just remember that the first step is to choose the window you want to interact with, or verify that it's on the correct window you want to interact with before you press anything else. I mean, the nice thing about it, though, is if I switch over to this status and info screen, it automatically changes the screen down here contextually. So now I can change it to, you know, these other status screens here, like landing gear or whatever. But yeah, just got to keep in mind to choose the correct window. And the same thing goes over here. If you have the checklists up, I believe... Actually, no, this is a little simpler because either the checklist is up or it's not. If you want it off, you hit full.
Little Rock approach on 119.85.
119.85, 63 Echo. All right, Little Rock approach, I guess. We're getting passed all over the place because I messed up. Little Rock approach, Vision Jet 6063 Echo, 5,000 feet on a 300 heading. We're expecting the RNAV runway 5. Yeah, you might beat me now, Ninja, since I messed up. Yeah, they're gonna give me a phone number? I hope so.
6063 Echo, Little Rock approach. Roger.
All right, I'm gonna go to full screen map. Yeah, so the runway, yeah, it's gonna be a little tight of a turn here. We'll see how it goes. I wish they would just clear us for the RNAV approach. I feel like they don't clear us as often, but it's probably because of the conditions at the field. They want to just get us down and give us a visual approach. And in this case, this airport, Hot Springs, is untowered. So they're not even going to pass us off to a tower controller. They're going to treat it, you know, it's almost like a VFR thing. Like they're going to ask us to get the airport in sight, and then my understanding is like real world style that they kind of want you to cancel your IFR clearance before you land. I'm pretty sure that they can't. Isn't there? I think there's like a limitation at an untowered airport where if you have the IFR clearance, you're basically taking up the IFR spot at that airport, and nobody else can like depart IFR if you still have IFR clearance or something like that. So basically, you want to cancel your IFR clearance before when you can, to free up that IFR coverage for somebody else. I think that's the real world thing. Not a real pilot, but just from what I've read and seen on YouTube, there's something to do with clearing up that IFR clearance for somebody else, and not taking having the coverage if you don't need it. Since it's untowered, like we need to switch over to the CTAF frequency anyway and announce our position and our landing and all that. So anyway, I'm sure there's real world pilots that can clarify in the chat. There's usually several. Hey, Android, what's up? Never done an RNAV approach. Yeah, this isn't... The RNAV approach for runway 5 is an LPV approach. So we get vertical guidance. It's basically the GPS equivalent of an ILS, except you don't have to worry about switching over to a localizer frequency. It's just all handled through WAS and the GPS network. Trim broke on approach? Oh, no. You milk landing? No butter landing, only milk. All right, I feel like we should be descending here. IAF within 30 nautical miles. So we should be able to get down to 3,000 feet, I think. Yeah, MHA 3,000. Maximum holding altitude 3,000. Up here, 3,600.
6063 Echo, Little Rock approach. Contact Memphis on 128.475.
Over to Memphis, 128.475, 63 Echo. All right, we're going back over to Memphis. Memphis, Vision Jet, 6063 Echo, 5,000 feet on a 300 heading. Alex says, true, the plane's coming into Cape Town International, do a visual approach.
Vision Jet 6063 Echo Memphis, roger.
Turn on to final less than 1,500 feet. See what this one is like. We're supposed to be at 2,300 feet at the final approach fix, but look where we are right here. We're like right next to the field. So I think we're gonna have to like go outbound and turn around again or something, because this isn't looking great. we're very high and we're getting very close to the field. I wish, I think one improvement that would be nice is if they just cleared us for the approach more often than they do. I mean, it's an untowered airport. If they clear me for the approach, I can start my descent, plan my, get lined up, start the whole descent, start doing the whole procedure, and then when I get the airfield in sight, I can cancel my IFR clearance and then land it visually. So we just flew past the runway.
Ryanair 1875 contact.
All right, I might have to give them a nudge. We're gonna have to turn outbound again. Memphis, we just flew past the airfield and we're expecting the RNAVs for runway 5. Can we get cleared for the approach or something? Thank you, 63 Echo. Thank you. I'm gonna turn on my ATC voice when I make those calls to the computer. Galaxian post photos in the screenshot Discord chat. Yep. I don't have it up right now.
Vision Jet 63 Echo, turn left. Heading 088, descend and maintain 3,000 until established on the final approach course cleared. RNAV runway 5 approach at Hot Springs.
All right, left turn heading 088, descend and maintain 3,000. Cleared RNAV runway 5, 63 Echo. Was that 3,000 he said? Yes, it was. Okay, got that. All right, 3,000. Good. Vertical speed, we're on the right heading. Vertical speed mode, 170 knots. What's 17 times 5? Calculator. 85, so 850, call it 900 feet per minute.
Vision Jet 63 Echo, contact Little Rock approach on 119.85.
Over to approach 119.85, Vision Jet 63 Echo. All right, let's go back to Little Rock. Little Rock approach, Vision Jet 6063 Echo, RNAV, runway 5. Do you think you lost your flight plan? Maybe that is it. Yeah.
Jet 6063 Echo, Little Rock approach. Roger.
Yeah, they did. It did change our squawk code, which was weird. I think it did that. What day did I? I'm trying to think which day I did say intentions last. All right, I'm gonna put 2999er in as well. That was the latest altimeter. Where's too high still? The runway's under us. Yeah, it just turned us around on this heading. All right.
127, cross 3127, at or above.
All right, I'm going to turn all the way around. I'm just going to follow it myself. They did clear us, so yeah, that's another improvement that could be there is when it clears us, it doesn't need to give us 10 instructions and then clear us. Like if they clear us for the RNAV, then I know to follow all the restrictions. Oh. Someone's got a feedback loop. All right, we're going to turn away from the airport and do our reversal. Let's use Edge Rev. There's an IAF out here, so I'm going to go back into here.
6063 Echo, Little Rock approach, 12 miles from HREV.
And then hit nav mode.
Until established. Cleared for the RNAV runway 5 approach.
Cleared runway 5 RNAV approach 63 Echo. All right, we're down to 3,000. Altitude selected. Yeah, I just need to... I don't know. I almost need to ignore it sometimes and just fly the approach because it's taking so much time. All right, we're going to go do a reversal back here and then we'll turn around. And as soon as I get those lights in, I'm just going to cancel IFR. Well, we have the approach lighting system already. It's a little hazy, so I'm going to wait a little bit longer. Gonna run out of fuel. We got 90 gallons left. We probably will get the low fuel warning soon, though.
Mooney 56, Alpha Bravo, right to the VOR, descend to 4,000.
Sean says I had to give up. Couldn't figure out how to turn the autopilot on the TBM. You could turn on flight director, heading nav. AP wouldn't turn on? That's interesting. I mean, you should just hit the AP button, and I believe the autopilot's in the top center.
Memorial Airport at your 6 o'clock, 6 miles. Change to advisory frequency approved. Report cancellation of IFR or missed approach this frequency. Have a good evening.
All right, we have hot springs in sight. We have the field in sight. You can cancel IFR clearance for Vision Jet 63 Echo. Nearly on the first fix. Yeah, this is... yeah, this took longer than it should have, but we're in nav mode now. This is fine. We're going to turn around.
Vision Jet 63 Echo, roger. Radar services terminated. Squawk VFR, frequency change approved.
All right, Squawk VFR, frequency change approved, 63 Echo. All right, and let's bring up the CTAF frequency, 123.0. All right, we want to get down to 2,300 feet, so let's turn our selected altitude down, 2,300. All right, 2,300 feet set, and I'll hit VNAV. And I'll hit approach too. I have to turn around first.
The active taxiing to fuel ramp. Hold on.
Autopilot switches on the overhead of the TBM. Oh, is there like an autopilot master up there? It's been a while since I've flown the 930.
Diamond 619er Kilo Echo, setting up for a 45-degree entry runway 20.
Strike Eagle spotted.
Diamond 619er Kilo Echo, clear of runway 20, taxiing to the fuel farm.
All right, here's the reversal. Let's speed up just a little bit. And we'll take off the noise canceling for the approach. Let's hear that hiss. Which runway? We're landing on runway 5. 05, as the Europeans would say. All right, here's the reversal. And then after the reversal, we can go down to 2,300. And since it's an LPV, we'll get that vertical guidance. Let's listen to the ATIS and see if the winds have changed. Have that on COM 2 still.
Advise on initial contact. You have information, Victor.
All right, it's still Victor. That's what we had last time. It reported calm before, but right now we have a 19-knot headwind. So when we turn around, that's going to turn into a 19-knot tailwind. So this will be interesting. How can you check which runway? I mean, at an untowered airport, it's ultimately up to you which runway you're landing at. It depends on which runways are... Like, it is possible the runways are closed and things like that, but generally you're going to land on the runway that's preferred for the wind at the airport. You always want to face into the wind. as much as possible, and then whichever runway has the length that you're required. So, you know, if you're a larger plane and you require more runway length, then obviously you're going to pick that runway over a shorter one, even if the wind is preferable on the shorter one, because you need to be able to stop. So, but yeah, it's based on, you know, which runways are active at that airport, what the weather conditions are, and especially the wind, and then the runway length and surface type. Let me switch it over to FMS to see what it does on the auto throttle. It's bringing us up to 250 knots during the turn. All right, that seems a little excessive. Let's let it have its moment. See what happens here. $250 knot reversal seems kind of crazy. Shouldn't it have a 200 knot speed limit in like a terminal area? Maybe it's not considered a terminal area. I think that's in... Yeah, terminal area speed limit within 10 nautical miles, 200 knots. So how far out are we? 5 miles? Oh, that's our current one. DTG. I don't have DTG up here. So we're like 15 miles out, it looks like, around there. So yeah, we'll see if it slows down when it gets within 10 miles. FMS is crazy, drops to 200 on approach. Yeah, I don't usually trust it. I usually switch to manual speed mode. And I usually turn off auto throttle. What's nice is you can turn off auto throttle and set, like I just wiggle my thrust. So we see that it's giving us 75% power. It's changing because it's trying to maintain 250. But if you see it's at 70 or 60 or whatever, just wiggle and pull back your throttle until it gets to where it was roughly, and then you can just go from there. So I'll wiggle mine right now. You see AT turn off, and then I'll pull it down until we get around 60, whatever. And I'll leave it there. Yeah, you don't have to like go down and hunt for the AT button. You can just pull your throttle back and it'll turn it off. And the autopilot itself is still on, so it'll work independently of the auto throttle. Yeah, it is bumpy. All right, so I'll bring it back to 60%. Yeah, we can put the gear down under 210 knots, so. All right, almost done with the reversal. I'm gonna hit approach down here. All right, so we got VNAV on to bring us down to 2300, and then when it gets to the glide path, it'll turn that on. We got an LPV glide path. Turn our strobes back on. This is borderline. We're like too close to these clouds for VFR, but oops. Yeah, it brought us down to 200 knots, so I guess because we're within 10 miles. But see, that speed was so fast that we overshot the reversal. All right, V path. I'm going too fast. Yeah, I usually like leaving it. I usually like doing the turns at like under 200. I feel like 170 is a good... 170 is like a good turn and approach speed. But we want to get it all the way down to about 100. All right, I can get gear down. Hot Springs traffic, Vision Jet. 6-3 Echoes on final for runway 5 Hot Springs. Whoops is a term you never want to hear in aviation, yeah. Your pilot in the front. Oops. That's not good. All right, under 190, we'll get flaps 1 down so I can slow down. We got the glide paths. Glide path is captured. Sync our heading bug. Go around is climbing right turn 3000, so we'll set 3000 on our selected altitude. All right, 140 knots. Yeah, we got a 19 knot tailwind. Yeah, GPS visual approaches are awesome in the G1000. And in the... Oh, I can turn engine anti-ice off. And the G1000, G3000, G5000, they're great. All right, gotta add a lot of power once all our flaps are out. All right, keep 100 knots.
167 Foxtrot 9er exiting
We have a crazy tailwind though. Our ground speed's 116 knots right now. I don't know why it assigned runway 5. Should have given us 2-3 instead of 5. Little whoop situation here. Yeah, this is totally fine. And our minimums are coming up in 200 feet. Yeah, this is not a... The winds are not great. 10 knot tailwind. It said it was reporting calm on the ATC. I mean, it is potentially calm, like down on the surface. Like, I think do they calculate like 100 feet above the ground or 50 feet above the ground or something like that from the field? It's dying down a bit. We're down to 8 knots tailwind now.
500 minimums.
Hot Springs traffic, Vision Jet, 63 Echo, short final runway 5, Hot Springs. It's gusting quite a bit too, so our speed's kind of bouncing all over the place. All right, auto throttle is off. Or sorry, autopilot is off. I think I can leave yaw damper on, and I think once we get down another 100 feet or so, it's going to turn it off automatically. I haven't flown this thing too much recently, but I remember you have to like drive it into the ground.
Yankee left base landing runway 4.
Just got my twist axis. No rudder pedals today. Too lazy. Ouch. Oh my god, that was way too hard. Yeah, this thing will float forever too. It's very hard to like get it settled down. When you're idle, it'll just float forever, like the whole length of the runway, so you have to like nose it down. Yeah, she loves to float. It really does. Ninja says, should I get the Vision Jet for $32 or wait? Well, it's going to eventually be for free in Flight Sim 2024, I believe. So if you don't want to pay for it, you can wait 6 or 7 months until Flight Sim 2024 is out. Deep runway landing, yeah. All right, let's try to get tower to tower this time. I hope the squawk code thing works out the second time. Kind of weird that it changed the squawk code. It did that last time too, so we should vacate the runway. Hot Springs traffic, Vision Jet 63 Echo is clear of runway 5, Hot Springs. Yeah, we flew because of parking. Yeah, that's it. I kept it. I did a long landing to get to the parking faster. That is definitely it. All right, flaps are up, strobes are off, landing lights can stay on. Pitot heat off. All right, let's do another one here. Is it worth getting slant? Do you mean the sim in 2024? Yeah. I mean, we've gotten, by the time Flight Sim 2024 comes out, we'll have gotten 4 years of free updates in Microsoft Flight Sim 2020. If you've ever been in X-Plane, if you want slightly better terrain somewhere, you're paying for it, like $30 or $40 or something. So like, we have gotten what? How many world updates have we had now? Is it 13 or 13 world updates for free? Like, it's insane. I will very, very gladly upgrade to Flight Sim 2024, even if it's just like a glorified major update. Take my money. X-Planes for niche planes. Yeah. At this point, unless there's something you have to have, you can only do an X-Plane as far as a plane, I would be in Microsoft Flight Sim. Whoops, forgot to hit the engine stop button. All right, that one's in the books. Let's find a new one. couple more flights. I want to get all the IFR in I can. I'll be missing Tuesday's stream. I'll be around Thursday, possibly Wednesday, definitely Thursday, and then I'm missing Saturday's stream too. Work stuff and then wedding stuff. I have to put on a suit for the first time in like 17 years or something, maybe 45 years. So I have to leave the house. Hope the 2024 version's not going to cost $200. Yeah, like quadruple A games or whatever they're calling them. I would be surprised if it was more than last time. Maybe it'll be $10 more or so. I mean, I'm mainly hoping for, as usual, shared cockpit. Mr. Dew's coming in the longitude. Oh, Mr. Drew. Mr. Dew. Dew the Dew, Mountain Dew. Code Red 31. Yeah, this is definitely the preferred runway. I don't know why it gave us the RNAV 5 the entire time. All right, he's got a fast lane. He's on the center line of the fast lane. Count it. Uh-oh, whoa, whoa. That thing's got reversers in it, I think. Ninja, are you Kermit Returns? All right, the plane is still upright. Someone called AAA. Oh, you ran out of fuel? Oh, Mark, you're Kermit? All right. I should probably hook up my rudder pedals again. In a jet, though, like you're so fat. I don't know. I'm okay with not having full rudder control on landing in something like a jet. I can just taxi with my twist axis. All right, let's check another flight here. Over to our site. Search, roll the dice. Should we fly somewhere in England? I think that would be good. Yeah, I'm gonna change things up and fly overseas somewhere. I want to hear flight levels under 180, and I want to hear different accents. I'm pretty sure that they have some British English sounding accents in, say, intention, so I do want to hear that. So where do we want to go here? I want to find something that starts with E. Estonia to Finland. Andy says, will flights in 2024 have things to do like lessons for flight? So the things that they've shown in Flight Sim 2024 are all those like rescue mission type activities. So they showed them off in that one trailer they made, and it showed things like hauling stuff with a helicopter, like with a cable attached and stuff like that. Rescue missions and like firefighting, like dropping like fire retardant on fires and stuff. They had a bunch of like mission looking things. I don't think we know if it's going to be a full-on career mode or anything like that. My guess would be it's going to be like the Maverick pack or the Ornithopter like Dune pack, where it's going to have a bunch of rescue missions that you play a couple times, and then that's kind of it. I hope it's a full-on career mode, because I think that'd be incredible. But I'm skeptical that it's going to be that much. But yeah, we don't know for sure either way yet. I'll paste a link to this this flight route thing, this random flight finder that I've been using. This is something a friend of the chat, Josh, has been using a while, and it's nice because you can, if you just hit search, it'll just pull up random flights. You can put in any of these four things at the top: minimum, maximum distance, departure and arrival airport codes. So I've just been putting in 300 or 250 for my max distance and hitting search. And then I'll usually just hit it until I see something in the United States. So like here's Sacramento. Or for example, like say we want to fly from here, I can just put in KHOT and hit search, and it'll give me a bunch of airports to fly to from here. So maybe we can continue from here for now. Career mode might be too much. Yeah, of course. Like if they do introduce something like that, I don't know. I actually think that would be good for a casual person because, and especially a new person, somebody that's new to simming, because a hard part about flight sim and any other like sandbox or like open world style game, literally open world in this sim, right, is figuring out where to fly to and from and kind of what to do, which is why I personally use things like On Air Company since I started simming, like On Air Company and NeoFly and Skypark and all those. FS Economy, like it gives you a list of things to do. You always have something to do. So I think that would be good for the average person, to give them some missions to do, specific airports to fly to, because it's just open world. It's like pick literally any airport in the entire world. It's kind of intimidating. So I think it'd be great for them to have some sort of career mode thing built in. All right, so from KHOT, let's do a longer flight. This flight that we just did was how long? 113 miles. So let's do something more towards 200 miles. So we get a little more air time here. Here's 171. Let's do this one, Greenville. Hot Springs to Greenville. Let me make sure that this is not a military base or anything. And it is towered, Majors. Is this a military airport? I don't think so. No, it's got GA terminal. All right, we got one runway. So Greenville, Texas. And we're taking off from where we are right now, Memorial Field, KHOT in Arkansas. All right, so let's go over to SimBrief and start a new flight. Yeah, if you guys haven't used SimBrief before, I 1000% recommend it. So up here, you have to make a free Navigraph account, but once you sign in, all you do is go and create a new flight, and you get this screen. And so all you do is put in your departure. So I'll put in KHOT, put in the arrival, which is GVT, Golf Victor Tango. And then you just scroll down and choose your aircraft type from this list. So I'm the SF-50, but find your plane in here. And then you can scroll down, and if you want to, you can optionally set passengers and freight down here. So if you're doing something like On Air Company where you're, hauling a certain amount of passengers or cargo, you can put that stuff here. I'm just going to put 0. No freight, it's just going to be the pilot. And then it'll give you recommended routes. So right now, just has one recommended route. So it'll pull things in from real world resources. It'll pull in things specifically from SimBrief. If there was more than one route, you could click through them here to choose which one you want. And then up here, it's just pre-filling the route. So you can type in here and put your own route if you want to, but this is the one it's recommending. So then when you're done, you just hit generate flight, and it'll take all that information and it'll give you estimated fuel, altitude, runways, all that stuff. So here we can see we'll be in the air for about an hour. Our cruise altitude expected is 30,000 feet, so flight level 300. It shows our wind. So it says we're gonna have a headwind the whole time. Actually, M is minus, right? So I think it'll say P or M for the wind component, the average wind component. So minus is like negative 36, meaning it's gonna be slowing us down. And then block fuel. This is the important part, is block fuel. This is how much fuel you're gonna need from basically when the chocks are on until they're on again. So from parking to parking, block fuel, how much you'll need. Even like for taxiing, takeoff, all phases of the flight. It's just, and it's also by default going to include enough to get to your alternate airport and enough to have enough reserves. I think it's like 30-minute reserves. So you can just fill it up with that amount of fuel. And then we have our route down here, the full route, including the expected runways. So runway 23, direct to this VOR, direct to this VOR, and then runway 17. The major, I mean, this is all great already, but the amazing thing is how many things work with SimBrief. So once we get in our plane, the G3000 works with SimBrief. So I'm gonna go ahead and turn the batteries back on. I'm gonna get the fuel set up. So we'll go to fuel. I need 1030 for our fuel weight. So I'm just gonna raise our fuel until down here it says 1030 or higher. All right, there's 1060. And we're not taking any passengers, so I'm gonna delete all those passenger weights. So fuel 1060 pounds. You can change it up here at the top between gallons and pounds. But I usually just drag this slider until it says pounds down here. All right, so the fuel is set. Let's get the engine on. Run, engine start. And the great thing is how many things integrate with SimBrief. So when I bring up Navigraph charts, it's going to let me import from SimBrief. I'm going over to Volanta right now to set up the thing that's at the top of the screen, and I can just hit import from SimBrief, and it's going to pull the whole thing in for me. So you see that at the top now. Over here in Navigraph, I'm going to load in a new flight, import from SimBrief, and choose the first one in the list. It's going to import all those waypoints for me automatically. And it's going to pin our charts that we need to the bottom. So for now, that's just the 2 airport charts. And then finally, with the G3000, there is a SimBrief button right here. Under MFD, I can just click on SimBrief right over here. And that's also going to pull in my latest ones. So I can request the flight plan and then import it. And there it is. So we're just going directly to the Texar Arcana VOR and then our Villa VOR or Vortac, and then to our arrival to majors. Should you get SimBrief? Yeah. Can you use it in the default private chat? I don't know what you mean by private chat. I mean, it's for you to do flight planning, so yeah, just like I showed just now. All right, MFD is gonna be, I'll bring it to the full screen map. I guess I could try to learn to do the split thing. Bring up our status. It's kind of nice. All right, ECS is on already. Get it cooled down in here. Not that it matters. Back to speed bugs. Turn the takeoff bugs on. And we got the flight plan in already. All right, Gen 1 and 2 on. And then we want oxygen and bleed air on. And then strobes on. Should have turned the strobes on before takeoff, or before starting it up. How do you get a clear voice? What do you mean, Andy? Oh, the private jet? Yeah, it depends on which plane you're flying. Do you get SimBrief? I'm trying to remember if you need the plugin or not for SimBrief. I think you might need to pay for Navigraph. Your voice sounds crap on a microphone. I mean, if you're making videos and stuff, I'm using a headset right now. So I used to use a big microphone, and I've been on the hunt for a good headset. But I mean, the first step to getting a good sound is have a good microphone or headset. And the second step is to have a good interface. So get something like the Rodecaster Duo is what I use, or get the Go XLR or Go XLR Mini. Those are all great. And mainly it's just about setting a competitive volume. Like too many people don't have things loud enough. So when you go to like a professionally done YouTube channel or something you're watching and everything's so loud and clear, they do a lot of post-processing on those too, but generally people don't have their volumes up high enough. But there's all sorts of tutorials on how to set that up that, you know, I don't make tutorials about that stuff, but yeah, get a mic and an interface. You could also try like a USB mic. Like there's a Sennheiser, is it the M7V or something? USB mic. There are some other ones where you don't really need the interface. You can just do it all through their USB microphone, and it kind of has that technology. So you could check out Sennheiser or check out, I think Elgato might make a good USB mic that has all that built in. There are several options, but yeah, I just scour YouTube and look for recommended mics, like first time for videos or content creation, all that kind of stuff. Okay, let's get going here. 30,000 feet, so we're going from, go back here and look at our setup. GVT is, what's the airport called again? Majors? All right, Majors. So I'm gonna write in Hot Springs, writing down my notes here. K hot to Majors. K Golf Victor Tango. And we're expecting flight level 300. All right, let's pull up the ATC here, 119925. And then we'll need clearance. We got Memphis Center, 28475.
1953 Zulu.
All right, we're on info Victor still.
Visibility 10. Sky conditions, solid overcast at 2500 feet. Temperature 23. Dew point 16. Altimeter 29999. Visual approaches.
All right, we got Victor.
Advise on.
Switch over to center. Actually, we'll switch over to the Unicom 123.
KLM 055, contact Paris Control on 128.
All right, so overcast is at 2,500 feet. That's in AGL, so that would put us at about 3,000 feet MSL. So we add that onto our current altitude. Altimeter said 29999er. So yeah, 2,500 feet AGL would put us around 3,000 feet. And we want to get up at least 1,000 feet above when we take off. Probably more like 1,500. So we could get up to like 2,500 feet or so. That might put us around 500 underneath the clouds. The thing is, we're taking off from an untowered field, but the weather's not great. So ideally, we want to depart IFR. So we'll try to get IFR. Somebody's got like an open mic. We'll try to get IFR on the ground here if we can hear center. We might not be able to hear them because we're potentially really far away. But let's try to get our clearance on the ground. But we should really do that once we're like ready to take off from the untowered airport. So let's get our lights on, parking brake off, and it says winds are calm. I think that's wrong, right? So you probably want to go to runway 23 instead of 5. Yeah, there's the windsock pointing more that direction, which is towards runway 23. So we're going to taxi to runway 23. And then when we're about there, actually on our way, we're just going to call to get our IFR clearance. All right, parking brake off. All right, let's call on the Unicom or on the CTAF and let people know we're taxiing. Hot Springs traffic, Vision Jet 63 Echoes taxiing on Alpha Delta to runway 23, Hot Springs. Runway 23. All right, now let's switch over to center and see if we can get IFR clearance. I think it's Memphis Center. Yeah. Memphis Center, Vision Jet 6063 Echo is on the ground at Hot Springs. Hotel Oscar Tango. Looking to pick up IFR clearance to Majors. Golf Victor Tango. So they would give us like a clearance void time since this is untowered. But I don't know that it supports it yet. I'm sure eventually will.
6063, Echo Memphis Center, I hear you. 1 sec.
Alright. Alright, let's get our flaps down and our pitch trim set over here into the green. Let's make sure it's set in the green arc and flaps are 50%.
Vision Jet 6063, Echo Memphis Center, cleared to Majors Airport. Radar vectors Texarkana, then as filed. Climb and maintain 10,000. Expect flight level 30010 minutes after departure. Departure frequency will be 128.475. Squawk 6446. Expect runway 23 for departure.
Alright, cleared to Majors, vectors Texarkana, then as filed. 10,000 feet. 128.475. Squawk 6446. Expecting runway 23. Vision Jet 63 Echo. All right, let's get the transponder code in now and see if it works this time. Hopefully they don't change it on us. I'll just put it in altitude reporting. All right, climb and maintain 10,000. We're gonna set that up in selected altitude. Okay, heading mode, flight level change mode. I'm gonna hit FMS down here on the auto throttle. Flaps are already set.
Cirrus 446 Sierra Papa, remain outside Bravo airspace contact approach on 12.45.
And we're gonna set our heading to the runway heading 233.
446 Sierra Papa.
Memphis Center, Vision Jet 63 Echo on the ground at Hot Springs, ready for departure. We're number 1, runway 23. All right, let's get pitot heat on and landing lights on, strobes on.
Echo, Roger.
All right, he just said Roger. I think that's because we're just supposed to take off, and then we're gonna let him know when we've departed. All right, so we're gonna switch over to CTAF. Hot Springs traffic, Vision Jet 63 Echo is entering runway 23, departing to the south, Hot Springs. All right, not seeing anybody. He said climb and maintain 10,000 already, so I think we're good. I'm gonna switch back over to, actually I guess we would stay on CTAF for now. So it doesn't support it, but he would have given us like a clearance void time or something for our IFR, so we'd be able to fly and take off through the clouds and stuff, and then check in with him once we departed. It's a little weird, I guess, when the clouds are low. But yeah, I have more to learn about that. All right, runway 23, we're gonna take off, and we have our heading mode set already. Flaps are good. Parking brake, yeah. Everything is set. All right, parking brake is off. All right, 90 knots, rotate. Gear up. All right, 300 feet AGL, flaps up. 400 feet. I'm gonna turn on auto throttle. Oh, I can't turn it on without autopilot. Alright, autopilot then. Oops. Autopilot on, auto throttle on. Flight level change 165 knots. Alright, gears up, flaps are up. 20 degrees outside. And we have about 500 feet to go to the clouds. Hot Springs traffic, Vision Jet 63 Echo is clear, departed to the southwest, final call Hot Springs. All right, let's switch over to our departure frequency. 128475, so we're back with him.
Qatar Tree 51 Heavy, proceed direct to fix at intersection. Direct to fix at Qatar Tree 51 Heavy.
All right, we're gonna turn. Actually, we're not gonna turn, sorry. He said he'll give us vectors to Texarkana. Memphis Center, Vision Jet 63 Echo is departed from Hot Springs. 4,300 feet, climbing 10,000 feet. I don't know why I say feet all the time. Don't need to say feet. All right, so he should give us vectors to Texarkana.
6063 Echo Memphis Center, Roger.
So we're just flying runway heading until he gives us vectors. I'll turn off nav mode. It was on standby, so that's off now. So if we were being better, we would be using our checklist here. So I'm just going to skip ahead to the climb checklist. Before taxi, before takeoff. Usually it's just monitor cabin pressure.
Vision Jet 6063 Echo Memphis Center, contact Little Rock approach on 119.85.
Over to Little Rock, 119.85. Vision Jet 63 Echo. Joe Schmo. Yeah, VY is best rate of climb, so that's the most climb based on time, whereas VX would be your best climb based on distance. So if you needed to clear obstacles or something at the end of the runway or terrain in front of you, you would climb at your VX speed or between your VY and VX speed. But that'll give you the maximum altitude based on your ground distance, whereas VY will give you your maximum altitude or best rate of climb based on time. So if you're climbing up to cruise or something, you want to use your VY. But if you needed to climb higher in less distance, you would use your VX speed at a minimum speed for climbing. Not below your VX speed though. Would they say to Little Rock? Little Rock, Vision Jet 63 Echo, 8,300, climbing 10,000. Alright, they said to expect our flight level 300, I think. Yeah, it was 300 is what we had in our flight plan.
63 Echo, roger.
Alright, give us that climb and maintain. We're 1,000 feet to go until 10,000. ITT, that's part of a turbine engine, so it's like the inner stage of the turbine engine where the temperature is read from. So you got red, yeah, pull your throttle back so it's not in the red. It's basically exceeding the temperature of the inner stage part of the turbine engine. So that's something you monitor in a turboprop or anything with a turbine engine to make sure that you're running within the limits, the temperature limits of the
Echo contact Little Rock approach on 119.85.
Oh, whoops. 119.85. 63 Echo. Whoops, I wasn't on Little Rock. They said Roger, but then they realized I was on the wrong frequency, I guess. Little Rock, Vision Jet 6063 Echo, 10,000 feet. Yeah, the red flashing, like in that plane, in the TBM 930, nothing is actually going to happen.
Vision Jet 6063 Echo, Little Rock approach. Roger.
Nothing's going to happen in the simulator, but if you get a more study level or more realistic plane, like the Black Square TBM 850, it will damage your engine if you run it at a too high of a temperature or too high of a temperature for too long. It, like everything, like it's going to depend on the plane, but like some planes it'll have a maximum temperature you can run at for a certain amount of time. So say for example, it said you could run it at, a certain ITT, like say 1,000 degrees for 1 minute maximum, and then pull it back. Sometimes there are limitations like that where you can run it in the red or the yellow briefly. But yeah, generally you want to keep it out of the red. All right, climb, thrust lever MCT. We're actually
United 747. Roger, continue on.
I don't know how do I get back to the other checklist.
Flight level 390.
I actually don't know how to get back to the first checklist. I think I have to find it down here. All right, we're still at 10,000 feet. I always have trouble finding the checklist in this.
Please for departure, Scout 123 Whiskey.
Is it on the? It's not on the MFD, is it? I don't think so. Is it under utilities? Oh, it is under utilities checklist. That's so weird.
Climb and maintain flight level 230.
I thought it would be on the PFD since the only place you can load the checklist is the PFD. Maybe I can load them over here. All right, thrust lever MCT, but we're letting auto throttle take care of it. Engine parameters are always good. No failures in this guy. Cabin pressure is rising, 3,800 feet right now. Altimeter is good for now. We're not transitioning until 18,000 feet. Okay. So we're waiting for Little Rock to tell us that we can turn on course or give us vectors. We're still flying generally towards Texarkana, so not bad. But hopefully they give us higher soon. Yeah, in some planes, like if you get the Comanche or the TBM 850 or the Piper M500, the Meridian, those are all planes I love, and all of them have, they have it modeled so you can damage the engine and stuff. You can turn failures off. You can turn off wear and tear and stuff like that. I don't know if you can do that in the Comanche or not, but yeah, when you get into that level of planes, and they're incredible. Like I would recommend all three of those planes. They're all just the best. But when you get into those, yeah, you have to pay more attention.
Echo, Little Rock approach. Contact Memphis Center on 128.475.
128.475, 63 Echo. Passing us back to Memphis. That might have been the frequency we had before. All right, outside air temperature is 7 right here, so we're going to turn the engine anti-ice on. Memphis Center, Vision Jet 606, 3 Echo, 10,000. Raccoon says, feels good to fly again without 100% nose down trim.
Vision Jet 6063, Echo, Memphis Center,
right.
Roger.
Give us higher. Come on, Memphis. Wait, what are you flying, Raccoon? I don't see you. Oh, there you are. You're in the Vision Jet. So what? Wait, what happened with your trim? Oh, you had to restart the sim, Vision Jet. How did how did that happen? Because as far as I know, this plane has no failures of any kind in it. There's no like wear and tear, no failures. Everything just like always in the green.
Vision Jet 6063, Echo, Memphis Center fly, heading 088 vectors to Texarkana.
Heading 088. 63 Echo. That doesn't seem right at all. No, that's not right. Can you check that heading again for 63 Echo? That's not right at all. That's behind us. No way. We're pretty much heading directly to the...
Vision Jet 63 Echo, Memphis Center, fly heading 088 vectors to Texarkana.
Yeah, that can't be right. Texarkana is to our southwest. 088 is due east. 63 Echo. See, this is the thing you can do, is give ATC crap when they're wrong. Yeah, we're not going to fly eastbound. Texarkana is southwest over here.
Vision Jet 63 Echo, apologies for the confusion. Fly heading 232, direct Texarkana.
There we go. All right, fly heading 232, 63 Echo. It's still a little off, but it's better than the east. That would be strange. I wonder why they're vectoring us too, instead of just giving us direct Texarkana. All right, let's shimmy to the back here. Enjoy the view. Something I want to do more often is use these these aren't presets, but I made them myself, just to like move back. And then you can hit Control-Alt-1 or Control-Alt-2, 3, all the way up to 9 to set the camera.
Echo, contact Fort Worth Center on 123.9 or 25.
All right, Fort Worth 123.9 or 5, 63 Echo. Hey Jocko, what's up? The sim doesn't like you, did it? You swapped to the Honda? Oh, are you hot swapping like through the dev mode change, or are you reloading back out to the menu? Hey Jocko, what's up? Did I just say hey Jocko, what's up twice? Okay, let's go to 123.9 or 5. And we're on with Fort Worth. Fort Worth Center, Vision Jet 6063 Echo, 10,000. I said it twice, sorry. Double hello. Which airport? We're going to Majors, KGVT. Just what we planned earlier. Here's our routes. We're just going Texarkana, then MJF, which is that the Greenville VOR? Yeah, Greenville VOR, which is right on the field here at Majors, so. You reloaded back to the menu, had the same issue with both planes. That's pretty weird. Ninja says, my sim says I'm gonna land at Grayson. That's an RNAV fix. It's not an airport. In the United States, an airport will be 3 or 4 letters long. Usually, if it's a larger airport, it'll start with a K and be 4 letters, right? Like, just like we're saying here, K hot, KGVT. Smaller airports could be 4 letters and numbers, and even smaller private ones can be just three characters long with letters and numbers. But yeah, you should have KGVT if you're following the same one as us. Fort Worth Center. I guess I got the wrong frequency. Oh, it's 925. I got the wrong frequency here. 123925, and the controller didn't tell me I was wrong. Maybe I switched off too fast. Fort Worth Center, Vision Jet 6063 Echo 10,000. Where is the nav 1? You need to go into the radios. So I'm going to NavCom.
Vision Jet 6063 Echo Fort Worth Center. Roger.
And then over here hit audio and radios to get into all the frequencies. But generally, yeah, if you're flying with VORs, you'll need to use this, but generally you don't need to touch the nav radios manually, because if you're flying an ILS, when you load the approach, the G3000 will automatically tune nav 1 and nav 2 to the ILS frequency, to the localizer frequency. So generally you don't need to dive in that much. But if you're doing VOR nav, then you will. If you don't like GPS or something. Or you're practicing your VOR stuff.
747, climb and maintain flight level 390.
I have tried opening this door and it doesn't work when we're in flight, so no fun today. The door's locked. I think maybe for the third flight we'll hop over the pond, hop over to England or something. See if we can hear any of those sweet, sweet British English accents.
Climb and maintain flight level 310, Legion 162.
So over here, yeah, I don't look at these. I'm glad you guys mentioned these earlier, because I haven't looked at these very much. All these nice status screens that we have in the Vision Jet.
The perimeter, climb and maintain flight level 310 for Legion 162.
Oh, it doesn't automatically switch over. I actually have to hit. It's just remembering which one I had selected. Okay. So we can check our environment, pressure. 75 degrees in the cabin, that's nice. So if you care about that stuff and you have the environmental control system on. I just have it set to auto and just point this straight up, and it's usually pretty good. Nice, Blue Ninja got a gifted membership from the Mountain. Thank you, Mountain. The Mountain's in the other room.
913.
The dog is barking, so I think that was a... yeah, the membership is from the dog, actually. So 75 is comfortable for me, but maybe I think most people want like 72, 73. And what else do we got here? Ice protection.
Climb and maintain 5,900.
So we have the pitot heat on. The stall vane, the AOA indicator. His turn heat is on. Outside air temperature 8 degrees Celsius, same as over here. IPS fluid. I assume that's like TKS fluid, ice protection system fluid. So the TKS anti-ice system. So if we turn that, we do have that on for. Actually, I don't know if it uses the fluid for all the different systems, but we have the engine one turned on. Let me turn on the windshield real quick. 2.5 gallons. We'll turn on windshield maximum.
913, descend and maintain 2,000.
Let's see if this goes down. I'll hit max real quick. Yeah, we're still at 10,000 feet, yeah. I bet it gives us higher when we hit this. We're almost at Texarkana.
Southwest 912, proceed direct to the Blanc intersection.
Direct to Blanc intersection, Southwest 912.
Okay, and then there's probe heat. I bet this stuff is, if we turn on the wing and stabilizer ones. Okay, they're all green now. Oh wait, is this supposed to be animated? I wonder.
Contact Socal approach on 133.85.
So I do have engine anti-ice on. We have all the anti-ice turned on. Engine, wing and stabilizer, and the windshield all turned on. All right, we're about to hit Texarkana.
United 938.
They haven't told us to make a new turn yet either.
80 United 938.
We're supposed to be way higher. It takes a long time to climb up in this thing too. It's it'll probably take us like 15 or 20 minutes to climb up to our ceiling.
Skyhawk 596, Foxtrot Alpha, Los Angeles, roger.
I'm not sure if it actually lowers the IPS fluid amount. Landing gear, electrical power. This is kind of nice if you're on the ground. You can look at the charge on your battery to make sure you're not draining it too much.
747, contact Houston.
I like this status window though. It's kind of nice.
133.8.
This is just like a summary, right? We have our... Wait a minute. It says 3 gallons of IPS fluid. And then over here it says 2.5 gallons. The heck? I guess maybe it just doesn't actually use it. I hope, given that this is going to be in Flight Sim 2024... Whoa, that is a very high hot air balloon.
United 10.
I hope they make a lot of improvements to the Vision Jet. Balloon in sight. Yeah, they haven't had us turn on to course yet, so... Yo, center, can we turn on to course yet and climb yet? Vision Jet 6-3 Echo. Thanks. We're just chilling here at 10,000. So you can give the AI some attitude. That's a fun thing about it. Like you can't say that to someone on VATSIM. They'll ban you for life. Force you to send them photo identification. Something like that.
Vision Jet 6-3 Echo climb and maintain flight level 300.
There we go.
Turn left heading 253 direct Majors Airport when able.
Turn left heading 253, climb and maintain flight level 300, 6-3 Echo. I'm just gonna hit nav, get on course. He said then direct, so. All right, let's start the very slow climb. Hit flight level change. It says climb on the top of the, in our FMA up there. And we will keep rotating this knob to get up to 300.
Skyhawk 6 Foxtrot Alpha, descend and maintain 3000, fly heading 062 vectors for the runway approach.
It sounds like maybe they fixed, I think our first, yeah, well, actually no, the altitudes have been fixed. So we've been getting the correct altitude call outs for the US at least. Before, I remember like last week they were giving us like flight level 080 and stuff.
6-3 Echo contact Shreveport approach on 119.9er.
119.9er, 6-3 Echo. Alright, Shreveport approach. Sync that heading bug. Shreveport approach, Vision Jet 6063 Echo, 13,000, climbing flight level 300. What would I have them fix other than a couple bugs of the IPS? It's pretty good. I just
6063 Echo Shreveport approach. Roger.
is that just a known bug with the IPS thing? Yeah, that would be cool. I would love. This is probably asking too much, but it would be so awesome if they introduced some sort of failures and wear and tear. Wear and tear to me, like failures are kind of nice, but for me personally, I think wear and tear is the best thing ever to have in any plane in the sim, because it just makes it feel like you own the plane. You can do the walk around, check the tire pressure, check the oil levels. That stuff that like the Comanche introduced. Actually, even before the Comanche, like the Milviz 310R, back when they were Milviz, had like dirt and grime buildup and stuff. It's awesome. I love that stuff. That's one of the reasons why I love the Meridian 500 so much. But yeah, it would be cool if it showed these things decreasing, or you had to top them off, you know, that level of little maintenance. I think that stuff is what sets apart the AAA planes from the rest of them. Yeah, they're not Milviz anymore. I think they renamed to Blackbird like a year or so ago, maybe longer than that.
Vision Jet 6063 Echo Shreveport approach. Contact Fort Worth Center on 134.475.
All right, 134.475, 63 Echo. We're getting passed off a lot here. Back to Fort Worth again. Fort Worth Center, Vision Jet 6063 Echo, 16,000, climbing flight level 300. Rockwolf says, I'd like the actual auto land system. Oh, it does? Does it really have an auto land system in real life? I didn't know that.
Echo Fort Worth Center. Roger.
Oh, it's back here, isn't it? Isn't there an emergency auto land button somewhere? Oh yeah, it's right here. Safe return auto land. Yeah. I forgot this plane even had that. Yeah, so if your pilot is incapacitated, safe return auto land, that would be really, really cool. A working parachute would be awesome too. But I think with the parachute, like if you had the working parachute, you would need to have the failures modeled, because otherwise what's the point? Like you're going to pop it every now and then for fun or fake a failure. But if you could actually have an engine failure, I guess you could use it if you stalled the plane or something, or I don't know. But yeah, it would be nice if it had failures and the parachute. X-Plane only has... Actually, the FS Reborn Sting S4 has a working parachute in Microsoft Flight Sim. FS Reborn is the developer that makes the M500 that I fly all the time. They also have a two-seater ultralight called the Sling, or Sting, and it has a working parachute. It's been a bit since I've used it, but I used it on stream once. It was awesome. What's up, Steve? If you need Autoland, try Control-Alt-Delete. Well, you want them to open their task manager? Could have used that 30 minutes ago during my runaway trim. Yeah. I mean, I hope that with this being in Flight Sim 2024 for everybody, that we'll get some big updates with it. That'd be great.
230 knots for sequencing.
I mean, I think this plane is great. Like the Flight FX team seems to make great stuff. This plane and the Honda Jet are both really cool. Yeah, working circuit breakers would also be nice. Yeah. I feel like a lot of that stuff just goes like, it all goes with the failure system. So like if they have working failures, then it makes sense to have things like working circuit breakers, because that's, you know, some of the failures will require you to pop or re-push in a circuit breaker.
United 747 contact Houston Center.
And then same with the parachute system, right? Like if you don't have an actual emergency, besides using the parachute just to look at it once and be like, that's cool, you're probably not going to use it. So yeah, the Technum ones have circuit breakers. Yeah, there have been a lot of planes I've tried on the Thursday streams where circuit breakers have been usable, which is pretty great. Yeah, I think all the Technum planes have them, even the smaller ones that we tried. We tried the Navion. The Navion last week, and a couple other of the Navion ones. by Hangar Studios, and those I think all had working circuit breakers. It seems to be getting more and more common that the circuit breakers get modeled.
6063 Echo Fort Worth Center. Expect the RNAV runway 17 approach into majors. Be advised that IFR approaches are still under development and are unlikely to work properly at this time. Improvements are being made daily, but strap yourself in for a bumpy arrival.
Expect RNAV 1763 Echo. Alright, RNAV GPS runway 17, LPV approach, heck yeah. Let's go down here and do the preview. So, if you have Navigraph, you can do this. You go to preview and you can hit show chart. So then up here, when we choose the RNAV 17, we can visually see where all the initial approach fixes are. We're coming from the west, so it looks like we're going to want this one. UCC, I guess. So that makes it easier to pick what our transition is. So we'll do UCC and then load it. Oh yeah, I remember why I use the full screen over here all the time. It's because if you have it full screen, then you can see your VNAV profile. So if we go to the map and hit full, over here on the right we have our VNAV profile. Alright, cruise, ice protection, mount under EIS. We're not quite up at cruise yet, but it's getting pretty close. Steve says, say intention still impresses me more and more. Real person behind the AI. Yeah, they kind of did need to take a step back in a way and introduce bugs because they got some partnership with Navigraph that they announced several weeks back. So they've been re-importing all of their data for like runways and airspaces and stuff like that. So they've been refixing things. So like the altitude was a problem until recently. It was calling out all the altitudes and flight levels, even though in the US flight levels don't start until 18,000 feet. But it seems like that got fixed. And then today it's been calling out the altimeter setting, the pressure in hectopascals instead of in inches of mercury. So that's been a little weird, but yeah, it seems like they kind of had to. They brought in all that new data, so that introduced a bunch of bugs, and now they've been refixing them. Ninja says, what do I need to do to set up SimBrief? Just sign up for an account. If you rewind back in the video, back in the stream to where I was using it and showing it, I kind of went through step by step. You just pretty much fill in the departure airport, the arrival airport, and then choose your plane. And then you can generate the flight, and it'll give you estimated fuel. It'll show you a route that it's picked for you. But yeah, I pretty much do it every flight, so if you can rewind, or you can wait until I do it again. All right, top of descent is shown right here. We don't have a timer for it, though. Rockwolf says, other than the Phoenix, I think the Vision Jet's probably the best-selling plane. I see him everywhere. Yeah, like just on the stream, flying along with you guys. Even if I'm not in the Vision Jets, so many of the people that follow along on the stream are in Vision Jets. Especially that guy Josh, who I don't think is around today. He is always in the Vision Jet. How are my 30s? Do you mean how are my 20s? What are you talking about? Oh, Josh is here. What's up, dude? Yeah, Josh loves that thing. That guy is around. Yeah, it's such a good plane. I just wanted to have even more. I wanted to, oh, Josh is right there. Whoops. I was looking for the word Josh. Of course, you're in the Vision Jet. 100%. My 30s decade, like the 1930s. What do you mean, how were my 30s? I mean, I think my 20s, 30s, 40s, 50s, 60s are all going to be the same. 70s, just going to be playing video games. Trying to relax, you know? Are we entering the relationship advice segment of the stream? I mean, it doesn't matter. Like, how you feel determines your age, right? Not how old you actually are. 30s were slim, 50s are fat. All right, TOD is shown right here, 20 seconds, but it's going to the airport first. So I hope it gives us... I'll just tell them we're ready to descend. Vision Jet 6-3 Echo, ready to start our descent for the RNAV 17. Oh, hey. The button didn't work. The heck? Oh, it crashed. Oh, no. Say intentions crashed. 30s are the new 20s, yeah. Oh, no. Yeah, say intentions crashed. I didn't even see an error message or anything. It just wasn't open anymore. I don't think I closed it by accident. Let's try to get the flight resumed and see how it does here. Vision Jet 6-3 Echo. We'd like to resume our IFR flight plan. We're in the cruise phase right now. 6063 Echo. Let's see if it can pick it up. All right, we're ready to start our descent already. I'm just gonna go activate the procedure.
I hear you. 1 second.
All right, it says I hear you. All right, we're just gonna start our descent. I don't want to miss.
Vision Jet 6-3 Echo, clear to the Majors Airport. Direct Texarkana, then as filed. Squawk 5125 and ident.
Alright, Squawk 5125 and ident, cleared to the Majors Airport. Vision Jet 6-3 Echo. Okay, Squawk 5125 and ident. So let's see if it can actually pick it up. Like, resuming can be a little weird.
Vision Jet 6-3 Echo, descend and maintain 3000.
Descend and maintain 3000. 6-3 Echo. Alright, descend and maintain 3000. This is a little trick. If you can only turn your altitude 100 at a time, move it towards the right side of your screen if you're turning it down. So you have all of this space to drag your mouse to, right? Now I can drag my mouse all the way to the left the whole time it's going down. So I'm like maximizing how much screen width I have to drag it. There we go. 3000. All right, and our ground speed is 225 knots. So that'll be about 1,000 feet per minute.
Bravo Charlie, remain clear of restricted area 250.
Actually, it says a requirement over on the bottom right is about 2,000, so we're going to do that. 2,000 feet per minute. Ninja says, I'm 16. I feel somewhat old. Yeah, you're going to make everybody here very angry if you say you're old at 16.
Vision Jet 6-3 Echo, descend and maintain 3000, fly heading 086
First PC game.
Runway approach.
Wolfenstein 3D. Below the Root. Police Quest 1. King's Quest 1. I don't know. Adventure on the Atari 2600. We had a lot of video games growing up. It was really nice. I'm definitely a product of my environment. I had video games in my hand at a very early age. And I never plan on stopping. In some capacity. Like, I've gone here and there having a PC or not. Like, I've had this PC 4 years or now, but I think the prior 5 years I didn't have one at all. And just had a PS4. Just wait till your frontal cortex develops. Yeah, you got like a good 10 years more development for that, I think. Knights of the Sky. I can't say I played that. Police Quest. Yeah, Police Quest was great. SimBrief is asking for an alias? Is it asking for a call sign? It should put in a registration number automatically. I don't know what it means by alias. What you want to do in SimBrief is just go to the new flight section and just enter the 2 airports and pick your plane. And then scroll down and look at the flight plans, the routes that it offers you. Yeah, you do that too, Anderson. Nice. Yeah, if it doesn't have any acceleration, I've been doing that. So yeah, you put it in the corner of the screen so you have all this real estate to drag until your mouse hits the edge of the screen. It's a good trick. All right, we're planning for the RNAV. Let's get the actual approach in here. I'm behind the plane a bit. So we're going to select the RNAV runway 17 right here.
402 Papa Echo, maintain 8500
That's not us.
traffic, 2 o'clock, 5 miles.
And let's just check the METAR at the destination, 2993. We'll put 2993 in our pre-selector right here, so we can just turn the baro knob, and it says a pre-selector 2993. So when we're ready to switch from standard to our local altimeter, we just push the button again once we're passing through flight level 180. All right, winds are 170 at 16. So that's a very strong headwind we'll have. And overcast at 027, so that's 2,700 feet AGL. All right, then we bring up our approach document here, put in our minimums, 734. Baro minimums, that's set. Speed bugs landing on. All right, we're all good. Wizardry on the Apple II, nice. If Kip was playing Police Quest 1, he's older than he's letting on.
November
37.
9537 Foxtrot, climb and maintain 11000. Climbing to 11000, November 9537 Foxtrot.
I mean, just because I played an Atari 2700 doesn't mean that the year that it came out, I was, my parents bought it or whatever. They could have had it for 20 years, you know? Maybe I just read a lot of Wikipedia and I can pretend that I played these games. You could fake anything. Just like flying airplanes, see? Doing it right now. Alright, almost at flight level 200.
Qui Cactus 123, contatto la...
There we go. Let's get some dramatic preset camera angles here. You got SimBrief set up in order to import.
Contact Fort Worth Center on 123.
No, you don't have to pay for premium. That's only if you want the latest navigation data. But yeah, for free, you can use SimBrief to plan the flight, and then you can just put that flight, put that route into your avionics. All right, coming up on 18,000, we'll go to standard altimeter or local altimeter. 29903 is what they have at the field. Guess we could be good and tune into the ATIS and listen. Oh, it's an AWAS. 33,425. What the heck?
Eyes on initial contact. You have information, Victor.
All right, Victor.
Majors Airport information, Victor. 2155 Zulu. Wind 180 at 13.
180?
Sky conditions. Broken at 2700 feet. Temperature 24. Decimal 19er. QNH 1013. Visual approach is in use. Advise on.
All right, we have Victor 1013. It's giving us QNH. It's not giving us inches. All right, descent checklist, thrust lever as required. It's on automatic. Landing field elevation check. That is right over here, 512 feet, which is close enough. 534 is touchdown zone elevation right here. Don't click the gear by accident.
Vision Jet 63 Echo, contact Fort Worth on 133.55.
All right, 133.55, 63 Echo. All right, over to Fort Worth. Fort Worth, Vision Jets, 6063 Echo, 15,000 descending, 3,000, RNAV 17. All right, we need to descend a little bit faster than we're at according to the VNAV profile, so.
Vision Jet 6063 Echo Fort Worth, roger.
So we are going down faster, chasing the little magenta. Is there a desktop app for SimBrief? I believe it's just a website. Yeah, I've never actually looked for an app for it. All right, we are shown on the moving map now, on the plate here. So no procedure turn is required here. So at UCC, 4,000 feet, no PT, so no reversal required. We just turn left 90 degrees. Final approach course is 176, and then our go around is 4,000 feet direct Vekun. We have our minimums in already. Take us down to 734. We'll see what the wind is like. The METAR said it was 170, and then the ATA said 180 at 13 knots, so it's still very good for the runway. Runway 17. So yeah, we're gonna have pretty much a straight headwind on final this time instead of a tailwind.
Bravo, Oakland, climb and maintain 1717,000.
Kip deep fake. I'll make eventually make an AI just for my whatever I want myself to look like, and it'll just be AI fake webcam.
Climbing to 17,000 feet, CDM 722 Tango Bravo.
Slow the plane down. No way. Oh, you don't think we'll make the 90-degree turn? Is that what you're saying? Oh, no, I do agree with you, yeah. Yeah, we should slow the plane down. That's a good point. Let's do that. Manual speed activated. Yeah, let's go down to like 170 knots or something.
Report on the ground for taxi
Maybe 180 is probably okay. Yeah, last time it overshot that turn. Yeah, 90-degree turn is pretty crazy. Sorry, yeah, that's a good point. 180. We're descending really fast too. I can actually pull it up a little bit more. Our VNAV profile is looking a bit better. Do I still use on-air? Not so much anymore, honestly. Don't think you're going to renew. Yeah, I don't know if I would renew either because I haven't been using it a ton. Back when I was doing more stuff with all the base camp stuff, it was very much worth it. But lately, I've just been doing say intentions, IFR, VFR to random airports, and yeah, I agree. Like right now, given my usage of it, I probably wouldn't renew either. So
6063 Echo Fort Worth Center, contact regional approach on 125.2.
125.2, 63 Echo. Avloni, what's going on? All right, regional approach. Approach, Vision Jet, 6063 Echo, 7,000 descending, 3,000, RNAV 17. All right, ice protections as required. We just got engine. Actually, engine anti-ice can come off because we're at 17 degrees Celsius.
6063 Echo regional approach, roger.
All right, we are slowing down here. We're about to make that 90-degree turn. All right, approach briefing. We're flying the RNAV runway 17 approach into Greenville. It's an LPV approach. We have our minimum set, 734. Final approach course is 176. We use the UCC IAF, and we're about to turn left at SIPX. And then we'll need to descend to 2200 by Pockney to get our vertical guidance.
Vision Jet 6063 Echo regional approach, contact Majors Tower on 118.65.
118.65, 63 Echo. All right, over to Majors Tower. I'm gonna slow down a little bit more. Majors Tower, Vision Jet 6063 Echo on the RNAV runway 17. Yeah, the group landing at the base camp. It was pretty fun, yeah. All right, let's hit approach mode. That is set up GP/V.
Jet 6063 Echo Majors Tower cleared RNAV runway 17 approach report established on final.
Cleared RNAV 17, 63 Echo. Alright, we're set on the RNAV 17, lining up for final approach course. Let's get our heading bug set up. Oh, we're already on the glide path. Let's get go around altitude set to 4,000. Majors Tower, Vision Jet 63 Echo is established on final RNAV 17. Should have just said established on the approach or something. They don't care. Seats in the upright position, ice protection's good, lights as required. We got strobes and landing lights on.
Echo runway 17 cleared to land, wind 191 at 25.
Runway 17 clear to land, 63 Echo. Alright, let's go. We're almost at Pockney, so we'll get 3 miles from the FAF. So let's get gear down. Alright, 3 greens on the gear. And flaps 1, we can do under 190 knots. Then we'll need to get under 150. I'll bring the selected speed to 140. Alright, then when we land, we're gonna want to turn off to the right, it looks like. Runway 17, right turn onto Fox, ideally. Alright, and then our ground frequency is gonna be 21.7.
Contact departure on 119.35.
Alright, that's in standby. Alright, 1 mile until FAF. Let's get our full flaps out and bring our speed down to, let's see, we have a 22 knot headwind, so we'll do 120 instead of 100 for now.
Bonanza November 64 Foxtrot Alpha 2, hold short runway 21 traffic on final.
And I'm going to turn off auto throttle, so I'm just going to do that by pulling my throttle back. So I'm going to let it kind of stabilize first. And now I'm going to pull my throttle back until it's back to about 70. Since that's where it was holding it with autopilot and auto throttle. Okay. Alright, 21 knot headwind right now. Our ground speed is 101. You see right over here. Yeah, you can import it. I've been doing that. I think you might need the paid Navigraph version and then installing the plugins for that to work in the G3000 though. I forget if it's independent. I don't know that you get the SimBrief button on the G3000 unless you have the Navigraph plugins, which requires the subscription. But you can just program it in manually. If you want, I'll do the next one manually, so you can see me program one in. Alright, we're at 1,700 feet. Minimums are 734, so we got about 900 feet to go now until minimums. I'm going to pull my throttle back to 65% or so. Slow down a little bit. Our ground speed's 107. The headwind is dropped to 15 knots. Alright, I'm going to bring it back to 60%. We are 2.6 miles from the runway threshold. If we need to do a go around, there's a climb to 4,000 and... Oops, that's not it. Climb to 4,000 direct to Vikun. So we'll climb straight to 4,000 first if we do the go around, which we probably won't. All right, 95 ground speed. Let's go back to 55 on the thrust. Oh, you can do it. Oh, nice. Rock says in the G3000 you get the SimBrief button and it works with the free account. Even better. Nice. I didn't know if you needed the plugin or not. All right, 1,000 feet, 500 AGL, and we can take this all the way down to 734. 20 knot headwind. I'm going to add just a little bit of power.
Cessna 6 Bravo, Roger, leaving Seoul.
Actually, our ground speed's good.
On exit. Continue on route squawk VFR. Good day.
All right, autopilot is off. Yaw damper off. So I got a little crosswind from the left.
Minimums. Minimums.
Diamond Tree 71 Bravo.
20 knot
left,
headwind.
Heading 270 vectors for sequencing.
Left heading 270, Diamond Tree 71 Bravo, Charlie.
She floats. Yeah, I feel like I need to like aim for the numbers more, and it's gonna be 200 feet, isn't it? Oh, 108. All right, that's a little better. Not quite center line. All right, we're gonna turn off at the right, probably at Foxtrot, and we have ground pre-tuned already. What's up, Ziv? What to learn next after feeling comfortable with the 172 G1000? If you want something just a little bit faster that also has a G1000, try the Grand Caravan. The 208 Grand Caravan is a nice little step up. It's a little faster. It's a turboprop. It's really easy to start up. You don't even have to set your mixture or anything like that, so it's very nice. You pretty much just run, you can look at the checklists that are built in, but it's pretty straightforward to fly. I think it's a nice step up from the 172. So you get a little more speed, your climb performance will be good. If you want to carry more passengers and stuff, you can carry like 8 passengers in the back. If you're doing like On Air Company or NeoFly or anything like that.
63 Echo, welcome to Majors. Contact ground on 121.7.
121.7, 63 Echo. Alright, flaps up. Look at this, just grass here. The heck? Interesting. Majors ground, Vision Jet, 63 Echoes, clear of runway 17, taxi to the GA parking, please. Alright, flaps are up. Strobes are off.
Vision Jet 6063, Echo Majors ground taxi to GA parking at your discretion. Have a good evening.
Taxi to parking, our discretion, 63 Echo, thanks. Yes, yeah, G1000's a turboprop as well. Another option, Ziv. So Ziv, if you don't want something that's simply faster, this might be a little too much of a difference, but mattering if you want to stick with the G1000, then I think the Grand Caravan's a good option, and you'll have it already. It's there for everybody in the sim. If you want to spend money and get the best of the best, and you still want to fly a slower GA plane like a piston, then I would get the Comanche. The Comanche is like the top tier GA plane that you can get, like, period. How realistic is the plane? The Vision Jet? I mean, I can't say because I don't fly in real life, so. Michael's dusting us here. But I'm pretty sure that they, generally with the planes that are like higher quality, they consult real world pilots for everything they work on. So yeah, I've never flown a Vision Jet, so I have no idea. I will say, like, as far as the sim goes, like, I think this plane is great for IFR, especially if you're using using ATC and stuff like that. The technology in this plane is awesome.
Follow the Falcon, then turn right onto taxiway.
Oh, realism? You mean the system? How detailed?
Right onto Juliet Gulfstream 671.
I mean, it doesn't have like failures like black square planes do. It doesn't have wear and tear, but I think this is like I see this as a really nice plane to fly if you're doing ATC with like VATSIM and you don't want to fly an airliner. You'll get the altitude, you'll get pretty good speed, like turboprop style speed, like TBM style speed is really nice. The downside is like you're not as fast as a Citation or something. It's like a light jet, so I would think of it more like a turboprop with really good technology in it. But if you like the G3000 and you want something with auto throttle, something a bit more modern than you know, something like the 850, the TBM 850, I think it's a good option.
TBM November 142 Charlie. Papa North Las Vegas ground cleared to KXTA. Maintain VFR at or below 7,500. Departure frequency 119.4.
Needs some bumping effects.
2644.
Yeah, mattering the airport, sometimes we have that, but yeah. I don't think this is like, I think this is a really good plane. It's really fun to fly. It's like pretty easy to fly because of all the systems in it, but it's not like a black square style level of detail. Maybe we'll get that eventually, but.
Cleared to homie, maintain VFR at or below 7,500.
Okay, let's do another one. I think I'm gonna jump over to the UK. I never do flights anywhere else, and I kind of want to fly somewhere in the UK and see if we hear some different accents and stuff on the ATC. I think that'd be fun. Honda Jet's a good option. Yeah, the Honda Jet was created by the same developer, Flight Effects. They made both the Vision Jet and the Honda Jet. Yeah, if you want something faster, the Honda Jet will give you a similar experience with a G3000 and auto throttle, except it has 2 jet engines instead of 1. It can go up to like flight level 410 or something like that. And I believe it goes like Mach 0.70 maybe, or 0.72. So it's pretty impressive for how small it is. The Honda Jet is insane. This is the Honda Jet. It's by the same developer, so. Then if we look at the interior, we'll see a G3000 in here as well. It just has 2 touchscreens and then 3 screens here. So something I don't like about this setup is that it's very easy to control the wrong screen. In the Vision Jet, you have 3 GTCs, the Garmin touch controllers. So you can basically have one work for the PFD, one on nav, and one for the MFD. Here you have the opposite, like 2 touch controllers and 3 screens instead of 2 screens and 3 touch controllers. So you end up having to use these knobs at the bottom or little joysticks to select the screen you want to interact with. I find that to be a little bit annoying, but performance-wise, yeah, you're going to have auto throttle in this. Ice protection, auto throttle, and it goes higher. The Vision, it goes like 10,000 feet higher. Am I using the pay monthly? I'm not. I paid for a whole year out of my own pocket. Out of my YouTube bank. But yeah, I spent my own money. I'm not, I don't have a free account or anything like that. They did give me they gave me a discount link for $5 off. That's in the description if you guys want to use it. You have to like enter my code. It's like an affiliate thing. But it has a 24-hour trial, so I would try the 24-hour trial before you decide. Like set aside a day where you have a lot of time to fly and try the 24-hour trial. I think it starts when you make your first call to them. And they've been fixing a lot of bugs lately. Like a bunch of bugs kind of came back, and they've been working really hard on the IFR stuff. So I've been doing the IFR, which is still like very much in progress. It's not always perfect, but yeah, I don't know. I feel like every now and then we run into bugs. Sometimes it's my fault where I like won't, like the last flight or 2 flights ago, I didn't turn correctly. I just like forgot to contact them. Anyway, yeah, I would try the free trial and see if you like it. I know it's expensive, like $30 a month, $300 a year, but it's on 24/7 and they're adding tons of features all the time. So I'm pretty impressed with it. US English to UK English. Yeah. Oh, I have to change the language. Oh, for the accents. I think that's for the chatter. Let me see. Yeah, in the settings. Oh no, it's just intercom. Intercom has a language selection. I think that's it. Input speech is my speech. So I'm leaving it on English United States for my speech. But I think if we go there, the ATC should use the correct, should have accents. We'll find out. I have no idea where to fly in the UK. Assume I'll just want to take off from England. Somewhere in England to start. Do I have the Challenger? I don't think so. Sim Federation. Do I have the Challenger? I don't know. I don't think I do. Which aircraft? I'm gonna fly the Vision Jet again, just because that's the theme of the day is just flying the Vision Jet IFR. England land. Southend to Cardiff. What is Southend? Southend? EGMC. Okay, let's go EGMC. Thanks for the suggestion. And how far away is Cardiff? I want something that's like 200 and something miles. Oh, 153. That's great. Oh, this is perfect. Okay, let's do this. Thanks, Saren. Thanks for the suggestion. All right, south then to Cardiff. I'm going to go and put this in SimBrief, and we'll get a flight plan going. All right, south end. Echo Golf Mike Charlie, and then Cardiff Echo Golf Fox Fox. Choose the SF50. Wait, what? Why did it say that? I'm not. Oh, did I? I just made a typo, didn't I? Whoops, my fault. All right, there we go. All right. What is this? Is this an arrival? The Icto 1 Charlie? I'm not used to seeing 6 character long procedures. This will be an experience because I never fly outside of the US. All right, we'll just take the recommended route then. And we're going to do 0 passengers again just to keep it simple. No passengers, no freight, and generate. It's a star, yeah. Okay, cool. Yeah, I'm used to seeing in the US, the stars are generally 5 letters. Or it'll like end with a number. So having a letter at the end. Actually, having a letter at the end is what's throwing me. Usually it'll be like 5 letters and then a number. Like the Robeck 4 or the Blah 1 arrival. Transitions, flight level 60. We'll see on the charts. So yeah, this is going to be kind of a new experience for me. All right, we're going to delete the destination from here and just choose parking. Do GA small. Oh, that's a... I know, it says parking. Okay, ramp GA small. Vision Jet, morning time. Runway 12 is tricky. All right, cool. We're going from England to Wales. Okay. In typical UK fashion, it's raining. Yes. Yeah, we love to chase the weather. Oh, PC-12. I haven't tried the PC-12 yet. SimWorks Studios? Yeah, I did not buy the PC-12. I heard it's a good alternative. It's like good for stall, right? Short takeoff and landing. But I have yet to try it. I mostly fly the M500, the Piper Meridian. That's basically my favorite plane, is the FS Reborn Piper Meridian. It's because it's a fast turboprop, pressurized. It has a G1000. It has wear and tear. It has failures that you can optionally turn on. It's got a nice EFB. I really, really love that plane. It's even got its own like mini GSX where a fuel truck comes and attaches to each tank and fills the fuel up for you in real time if you want. It has passengers that drive up and get loaded in. You can't see the passengers. That would be the one improvement. It's got like a passenger comfort mini game in it. It's by far my favorite plane. I'm always gushing over it. It's good stuff. Oh, the batteries are on because I had my switch turned on down here already. So let me get the strobes on, and we'll get the fuel in first. SimBrief says 1,012 on the fuel, so we'll just go 1,100. That's fine. No passengers today. And let's get the engine started up. Run and engine start. Fuel pump is on. Let's get the tablet up and get our headphones on. Actually, can I just click here? No, I don't think so. I think we have to go in here every time to put the headphones on. Oops, covers and protectors were on. All right, that's off now. We'll just take the chocks off. Oh yeah, we're gonna have to use hectopascals now. Definitely not used to that, and we're gonna hear QNH over and over again instead of altimeter. Is there a profile in SimBrief? Yes, it's the SF50 Sierra Fox 50 SF50. All right, good start. We'll get the generators on, oxygen and bleed air on, and strobe is already on. Full screen on the map over here. And I was gonna do this by hand, but now that Rockwolf said that everybody can use the SimBrief import, so I'm just gonna do the import. All right, requested and import. And just in case you guys got a different route, I'll paste the one it gave me in the chat. We're expecting runway 23 and then 30, so I'll select 23, go to the destination and select 30. Oh, it's already got 30 because of the arrival. Okay, cool. All right, so let's just look through this real quick. EGMC runway 23, direct Evnos, direct Lambourne VOR, direct Saxby. Oh, L10, that must be an airway then? Okay, yeah, these, so I've never seen these airway types either. I'm used to Victor. I'm used to the, yeah, Victor and Jet Airways, or Quebec and Tango Airways for GPS Airways in the US. Oh no, I haven't played Ready or Not. That's like a SWAT game, right? Not really my kind of thing. I think you've mentioned that game before though. No, I haven't. L10's an airway, Lima 10. Okay. Yeah, Lima 10 airway then. Exiting Saxby. And then the November 27, exiting at Henton. So that's there. November 84 to Disda. It's going direct Disda. 27 to Hen, and then it just shows Disda direct instead of November 84 Disda. Can I do November 84? Let's bring up Navigraph. Okay, so we're going to Lima 10, November 27 to Hen, then November 84. Okay, it's just direct then. So there are no other waypoints along November 84, so we'll just leave that alone. Direct Disda should be fine. Papa 86 to Sawpea. That's correct. And then we have the arrival. The ICTAM 1 Charlie. All right, our nav arrival. Speed max 250 knots below flight level 100. So that's good. That's a restriction we follow the United States anyway at 10,000 feet. So we don't have to change anything in our VNAV configuration over here. So here we have altitude speed limit, 250 knots below 10,000. So that's the same. Max 250, max 220. So these are all maxes and not minimums, so we don't have to worry about being too slow. Though we can do 220 knots in this, mattering our altitude. Maybe not 220 knots at... Yeah, we can do 220 at 7,000 feet. So I think this is fine. Alright, aircraft may be instructed direct to a certain waypoint following radar vectoring. Airport elevation 220, and then we got the ATIS. Alright, that's all for the arrival. Alright, let's see if we hear any sweet accents now. Andy's in the middle of a flight plan. Oh, it's okay. I'll ignore chat when I'm... I have to turn my head to see the chat, so... I'm pretty bad about interrupting myself and reading chat in between doing things, but it's all good. You guys can chat at your own pace. I'll try to catch up if I miss anything. Okay, ATIS 136055. Let's get this on nav, this on MFD. Set our speed bugs for takeoff. We're not going to use VX. All right, and then 7,000 is our VFR default squawk code here. Okay, 136055, so 36055. We'll listen to the ATIS. Let's see if we get any sweet accents.
Airport information Kilo.
I guess we wouldn't on the ATIS, maybe.
2120 Zulu. Wind 240 at 8. Visibility 10. Sky conditions, scattered at 4700 feet. Temperature 10. Dew point 5. Altimeter 3003.
It's giving me
Visual
inches.
In use. Advise on course heading altitude and if flight following is requested. Read back all runway and hold short instructions. Advise on initial contact you have information Kilo.
Alright, we got information Kilo.
Information Kilo. 2.
We'll get tower in 27730. So does that mean we get our IFR clearance from the tower, I guess? There's no clearance. Yeah, I guess we get it from the tower. We don't have anything else. Pascals in the US, inches in the UK. Yeah, it's reversed right now. Oh, correct. We do get it from the tower. Okay. No clearance or ground. We just go tower. I guess it's tower's top down, so tower's going to be taking care of everything. That sim style. It's kind of cool, actually. It's convenient. All right, so we have information Kilo.
At 13 runway 30 cleared for takeoff.
I'm going to go ahead and turn off the chatter just so we can... And I'll leave it on. It's fine. Okay. And we're going south end, so I'm going to write down south end. Using a real notepad here. And then we're going to Cardiff.
Taxi, my discretion, Cessna 152. Thank you.
Alright, airport elevation is 55 feet, so I guess we're going inches of mercury right now. But if we wanted to change it to hectopascals, we could do that. I think it's down here, PFD settings. We have wind on, and then here's baro units down here, inches, so we could change it to hectopascals if it was going to give it to us in that. I guess we'll try it and just see. We'll see what they tell us when we contact them. So I guess the equivalent's 1017. And then winds were 240 at 8. We check our flight plan. Yeah, runway 23. So there'll be good winds for 23. And scattered clouds at 4,700 feet AGL. We're at about sea level, so we got a ways, almost 5,000 feet to go until we hit those clouds. Okay. Let's get our clearance. So I'm not hearing any accents, right? Maybe we don't get accents in the UK. South End Tower, Vision Jet 6063 Echo, IFR to Cardiff.
Vision Jet 6063
there we go.
Echo South End Tower. I'm working on that clearance. Stand by.
I'm working on that clearance. All right. That was not supposed to be an English accent. Don't worry. I will not attempt it. I cannot do accents at all. All right, so there are accents.
6063 Echo South End Tower cleared to
Not
Cardiff
anymore.
Airport. After departure, fly radar vectors to Evanston, then as filed. Departure runway 23. Initial climb to flight level 210. Departure on 130.78. Squawk 6434.
Evanston. All right, cleared to Cardiff Airport. Vectors to Evanston, then as filed. We'll expect runway 23. Initial climb to flight level 210, 130.78, squawk 6434. Vision Jet 63 Echo. 6434. Altitude reporting.
Vision Jet 63 Echo, read back correct. Expect runway 23.
All right, we'll expect 23, 63 Echo. All right, runway 23 is what we got in here too. And let's go ahead and put our altitude in. So flight level 210.
63 Echo I am working on that clearance. Stand by.
Oh, we already got the clearance, remember? 63 Echo. We got it. We got it, man. All right, rolling my altitude knob here. Not English accents. It's weird. The very first, the first thing they said was in an accent, and then it went away. we got a preview of
Jet 63 Echo. Apologies for the confusion.
Yeah, that's good.
You are cleared to Cardiff Airport. After departure, fly radar vectors to Evanston, then as filed. Departure runway 23. Initial climb and maintain flight level 210.
63 Echo cleared to Cardiff Airport.
What?
After departure, fly radar vectors to Evanston, then as filed. Departure runway
It's doubling
23.
up.
Initial climb to flight level 210. Squawk 6434.
It's giving me both accents in case me as a dumb American can't understand the British English accent. We already read it back. All right, flight level, whoops, 210. I went past it. I'm just not going to say anything. We already got readback correct.
Viva 4180, welcome to Campo de Vuelo, Banares de Mariola. Taxi to parking at your discretion and monitor this frequency.
So, oh, that's chatter. Here, let me turn off the chatter because it's going to get confusing because we're hearing accents from other places or whatever. So I'll just turn off chatter completely. Okay, it's off. So it looks like we're going to back taxi here, right? There's like, unless it's going to use this closed taxiway, looks like we're going to have to back taxi all the way, or maybe they'll have us cross over to Charlie, go past this north apron. I really doubt they have the taxiways specified here to be accurate yet for say intentions, but sometimes it surprises me. We'll see. Okay, so runway 23 from runway head. Okay, takeoff lengths available. So from the head, I guess that's from the threshold, 5,700 feet of runway. Low visibility takeoff rules, but we have 10 miles of visibility and clouds are 5,000 feet above us. Okay. Cool. So we're gonna fly runway heading, which is 233. So let's set that. Oh my god, that was so lucky. All right, 233 heading mode, flight level change mode up to 210. The speed is in magenta, so the FMS is taking control of that. We will go flaps down to 50%, and then we'll go pitch trim up 6 degrees. Standard there. All right, good. And yeah, we'll just call for our taxi now. We have information Kilo. South End Tower, ready to taxi with information Kilo. Vision Jet 63 Echo. I did that in a bad order. Should have said who we were first. Let's see what they give us for runway 23.
Vision Jet 63 Echo, taxi to runway 23 via Delta Echo Foxtrot. Hold short of runway 23, then continue taxi via Bravo Zulu Alpha.
Wow, what? Runway 23 via Delta Echo Foxtrot. Hold short runway 23, then continue via Bravo Zulu Alpha. Vision Jet 63 Echo. Actually, is this correct? Oh my god, is this right? It's not looking that bad. So wait, Echo is wrong, I think. No, DEF. Oh my God. Yeah, we're going Delta, Echo. This is marked closed, but it doesn't seem to think it is. Foxtrot, hold short runway 23, then continue via Bravo, Zulu, Alpha. It is actually correct. That is amazing. Heck yeah. All right, cool. Accurate taxi instructions here. Even though this is marked as closed, but it probably doesn't recognize it as closed right now. That's pretty good. All right, landing lights are on because that's all we got. Pitot heat's gonna stay off for now, and we can taxi. We gotta turn around. I don't know where to put this thing. This will be fine for now. All right, let me update Volanta with the new flight here. All right, all updated. Nice, Lake Pilot's in the Bronco. Yeah, that was really good taxiway instruction. I can forgive them for not knowing like that apparently Foxtrot is closed now, but probably just a delay in the data or something, but that's pretty good. All right, we're gonna turn left here onto Delta. Taxi on the opposite side of the road. That's a good point. What's up, Charlie in the Vision Jet? Charlie, no fun. All right, we're going to take this to the intersection of Delta and Echo. Turn left on Echo. Try not to bump our other Vision Jet here. All right, right now, before the runway, turn left onto Echo. This looks like, is this the closed? I can't tell. This says to enter 2305. I'm pretty sure we turn left here. Is this a sidewalk? Oh, it's this thing to our right, isn't it? I don't know. We're going to end up in the grass or something anyway. This is totally a sidewalk. This is for vehicles. Yeah, there's a taxiway line over here. Is this a taxiway? This is a taxiway line too? Anyway, we're going to end up in the grass. We're just going to pretend that this is a... Oh yeah, this is totally a sidewalk.
You were not cleared to take off.
Yeah, we're supposed to be on this one, but this is like a... This is a sidewalk. Alright, this is right. You know, it's closed or whatever, not a taxiway, but...
Ready to copy phone number for Alpha Sierra Tango.
Uh-oh, someone got a phone number. Alright, then we got Foxtrot here. We call it a footpath. Oh, this is a closed runway right here too. Look, 1-5. I think. Looks like a closed runway.
TBM Golf Foxtrot Alpha Sierra Tango South End Tower. The phone number for possible pilot deviation is 904-904-84-0001.
Alright, they told us to hold short, but then to continue our taxi. So we're just going to hold short and look, I guess. Good enough. Got our strobes and landing lights on.
Copy 904-904-84-0001. Copy. I'll give you a call.
I'll give you a call. That must be somebody on our frequency then, right? AI has a sense of humor. Some of them have attitude, like Phoenix and, you know, JFK. Kennedy Steve is like the celebrity one at Kennedy. And then there's a ground controller in Phoenix that has this, that says funny stuff when you're taxiing. I'm sure they're gonna work on like finding a balance between the silly stuff and the serious stuff, but... Alright, now we're on Zulu and then Alpha. Alright. That was Alpha 3. This is Alpha 2 and Alpha 1. And we got a displays threshold. We'll see what kind of markings it has. Mountain, thank you for another gifted membership. Enjoy your free stool. Thank you, Mountain. All right, 2-3. South End Tower, Vision Jet 6-3 Echo, holding short runway 2-3. Maybe I should have said ready for departure. I wonder if they'll know that I'm at the threshold or not. Or if they'll think that I'm holding short
Vision
to cross.
Jet 6-3 Echo, runway 23, line up and wait.
Runway 23, line up and wait. Vision Jet 6-3 Echo. Alright, pitot heat on, parking brake off, strobes are on, landing lights are on. Flaps are 50% down, trim is set 6 degrees up. We're ready for takeoff. And we're gonna fly runway heading, wait for vectors, and then climb to flight level 210. Heading mode is set to runway heading, flight level change is set, and FMS mode for when we turn auto throttle on. Looks good. All right, we got white lines, so we can use, or white arrows, we can use this for takeoff. Unless the rules are different in England.
Vision Jet 6-3 Echo, winds 249er at 15, runway 23, cleared for takeoff.
Runway 23, clear for takeoff, Vision Jet 6-3 Echo. All right, parking brake off, full power. And we're looking for 90 knots. $80 knots. 90 knots. Oh. All right, gear up. 130 knots. 300 AGL, flaps up. 400 AGL, we can use autopilot if we want. All right, departure 130.78. I did not put that in, so I'll put it in now. All right, that's all set. All right, autopilot, auto throttle, climb enunciated here. Flaps are up.
Vision Jet 6-3 Echo, you'll stay with me for departure.
All right, remaining on this frequency, 6-3 Echo. That's cool. And 6434 in the box, right? 6434 altitude, flight level 210, and we're expecting vectors to Evnos, which is right over here. It's the northwest. Let's bring up our after takeoff checklist real quick. All right, we did that. Positive rate. Thrust levers on auto. Engine parameters are always good. Cabin pressure is rising. 670 and climbing for cabin altitude. Ice protection as required. 5 degrees outside, so we'll turn on engine anti-ice. Checked. And then altimeter transition. So when do we change? I thought it would be here. Where does it show our transition altitude? Our arrival will probably have it, right? Where is transition altitude?
Vision Jet 6-3 Echo, contact South End approach on 130.78.
130.78, 6-3 Echo. All right, south end approach. Oh, 6,000 feet? I'm surprised I don't see it on the chart. Okay, I'm gonna hit standard now then. South end approach, Vision Jet, 6063 Echo, 7,000, climbing flight level 210. Correction, flight level 070, climbing flight level 210. It's actually a flight level at 7,000. Alright, so we're going to want a vector here.
Echo, south end approach identified. Fly heading 338 vectors to Evanes. Then no navigation. Not more than 220 knots until reaching 21600.
Fly heading 338 and then resume on navigation 63 Echo. They shouldn't be giving us these speed restrictions, right? They always give us these speed restrictions, but it's kind of weird in the plane we're flying. Not more than 220 knots until reaching 21,600 feet. It's kind of weird. On the SID, it says transition is 6,000. Yeah, we didn't get the SID though, right? We have the arrival. Yeah, I guess I would have to check a departure plate to find it. But if they don't give you the departure, it's not here, is it? Yeah, I don't see it anywhere here. Yeah, I guess I need to check some sort of departure documentation to find it. Alright, they gave us a vector direct EVNOT. This actually looks like a pretty good heading. Last flight of the day? I don't know. How long have I been going? 3.5 hours? We'll see how I feel at the end of the flight. Hard to say. Alright, over 10,000 feet now. And we did that already, so we're still in the climb.
Vision Jet 63 Echo, climb and maintain flight level 220.
Climb and maintain flight level 220, Vision Jet 63 Echo. Landing lights. I'm going to leave them on just because some real-world Vision Jet pilot videos I've watched on the YouTubes, they say they leave them on at all phases of flight. Because I think it's because they have limited lights on this. So they're... Actually, I can turn the strobes off. But I think they tend to keep them on because they don't have many lights on this plane. So I'm just going to leave them on. It's easier for laziness anyway. Alright, O navigation after we get to this waypoint, so I'm just going to turn nav mode on. That is set. Yeah, if we were in an airliner, I would turn them off. They gave us a really good vector, look at that. Like pretty much directly there.
3 Echo, contact London Control on 130.925.
130.925, Vision Jet 63 Echo. You have to say decimal now. All right, London Control. Pretty neat. London Control, Vision Jet 6063 Echo, flight level 130, climbing flight level 220. Look, we're not in the United States for once.
Vision Jet 6063 Echo, London Control, roger.
It's absolutely crazy. That did not sound like a UK accent. The first one was pretty good though. It seems like it like switches around back and forth. It's not sure to use a English accent or not. Alright, left turn 300. Direct EVNOS. Gotta make a pit stop and get some fish and chips. Oh man, that sounds good. Kinda hungry. Hungrier now. Water cooled says just try the accent one time with ATC. No, I can't do it. I don't want to embarrass myself. I'll let my flying do that for me. I'm so bad at accents. I feel like everybody in the world is good at faking an American accent. Mushy peas. Yum. Look at all these Vision jets down here. Yeah, if you guys like the Vision jet and you want something twice as fast, the Honda jet is crazy. All right, negative 14 Celsius. Not seeing any icing on the windows or anything yet. So we just got our strobe heat and our engine anti-ice on so far. I guess we can move to the back seat for a minute while we finish the climb. Sip what's left of my coffee. Pull down the in-flight entertainment. It would be so awesome if you could put something on this. Hey, water cooled, was that you that made the that photoshopped the image and put YouTube up here? It would be so cool if you could like buy a little, not buy, but install a little add-on from the developer that lets you put in like a YouTube URL or something. That would be hilarious. Hey Jonas, what's up? Watching from France. Oh, you're on a trip to the Alps. Awesome. Dude, thanks for tuning in. That sounds fantastic. A Brunner yoke. I'm not sure what that is. The Brunner yoke. Let me look it up in the background real quick. Brunner. Oh, is that the force feedback one? Did Swiss make a video of this or something? This one right here. Force feedback yoke. I think I saw some videos about this. I don't know if it was Swiss or somebody else. Force feedback, yeah. Very cool. What are you doing here then? How have you not unpackaged it? Get out of here. Go hook up your yoke. What are you, crazy? Oh, V1 used it. Nice. Lots of streams. That's cool. 600 pounds for it. Man. All right, we're crossing flight level 200. 2,000 feet to go. Yeah, I'm such a minimalist. I really love just having a side stick and my little side throttle thing. I don't even have... I keep going back and forth. Some days I'll hook up my rudder pedals. Some days I'm too lazy. Mostly fly... Yeah, mostly inside the cabin. I mostly go to external just for the sake of the stream, because it'll get boring just staring at the inside the whole time, but when I'm flying by myself, I'm pretty much just sitting here like this. You know, watching YouTube on the side or a movie or whatever. I've been trying to customize some of the camera angles like this to move back into the cabin. Alright, it sounds like we have 1,000 feet to go. I should probably look at the arrival. Put that on the map. Okay, so the arrival is going to start... I guess we'll join at Soppy. Conco, Octiz. Then we have Bristol VOR. Actually, that's an NDB, isn't it? There's actually an NDB here. That is crazy. I'm not used to seeing that. Bristol NDB. And then Cardiff. Is that a Cardiff NDB? What's with all the NDBs? 388.5. These are NDBs, aren't they? That's an NDB icon, the dotted circles. Bank angle of the jet that you're in is pretty crazy. I was having some weird bank angle stuff when I was flying the when we were using autopilot in... Oh man, which plane was I flying? I already forgot what I was flying yesterday. The Tecnam... Oh yeah, the P2006. That's what I was flying. The Tecnam P2006. The autopilot in that thing was giving me some crazy bank angles. I just pretty much had to stop using it. Knew this route would be challenging. I mean, we could just use GPS the whole time, right? So, but it's interesting seeing NDBs. I'm used to seeing VORs. And luckily, I have all of the working title G3000 work to save me and do all the work for me. All right, we're on the Lima 10 airway now. What's up, Pryfly? Welcome. We're flying in England to Wales. Changing it up a little bit here. How can you change the bank angle? It matters. Some autopilots have a half bank button on them, so it'll cut the turn rate in half or the bank angle in half to make it like a smoother ride. Does this one have a bank button? It does not. So sometimes around here in the bottom, mattering which autopilot it is, it'll say bank. And you can hit that to enable a half bank mode. But generally it's going to turn based on a standard rate. Standard rate turn, which is, it's a 1 minute turn, right? Standard rate turn aviation. 3 degree per second. Yeah, so it completes a 360 degree turn in 2 minutes. So 180 degree turn in 1 minute. 3 degrees per second is standard rate turn. So the autopilot should use a standard rate turn by default. It does not? Yeah. Yeah, it should do a standard rate turn. The standard rate turn indicator is so hard to see on the G1000. It's kind of insane. Like instead of rolling or banking to a certain degrees up here using the attitude indicator, or the bank indicator up here, this, you can barely see it. I can't believe this is a real thing, but behind 280 right here, you see this cutout. This is your standard rate turn indicator. So as you're in a bank, a pink line will draw from the center of this behind this number towards these notches. The first notch here is a half standard rate turn, and then this is a standard rate turn, the further notch. And then if it gets more than a standard rate turn, it'll draw an arrowhead pointing away from it to know that you're doing a faster than standard rate turn. But yeah, it moves this line out from behind here. It's kind of obscured, which is pretty weird. Do I have SOPI in the flight plan? I believe it might be an exit. Let me take a look. Yeah, I think it's just our exit from that airway. Yeah, on the Papa 86, we have SOPI as the exit. Even though ICTAM is the first fix here to the east, it has us going DIDSA and then SOPI. So maybe they'll give us a direct to ICTAM or something like that. And it looks like our top of descent estimate's in 22 minutes. Yeah, gonna look for that. Yeah, good luck finding it. It's really hard to notice it. I almost never look for it because it's so microscopic. I end up just looking at the bank indicator up here instead of the standard rate indicator. When you import the route from SimBrief, it puts 2 SOPIs in the plan. Do we have 2 of them? Lima 10 to Brookmans, and then direct Saxby, which was also on another airway. Yeah, the November 27 to Henton. Let me expand them all and see if it's in there twice. Expand all. Looks like most of them just have one waypoint. Yeah, the airways aren't really doing us much of a favor. since there's only one waypoint. Like there are no waypoints along the airways, it looks like. Yeah, I just see SOPI in there once. Probably didn't even need to program the airways in the flight plan. Alright, we're direct Henton NDB right now. There are just NDBs everywhere. Henton NDB. I don't know if I've ever seen an NDB in a flight plan in the US. I remember hunting for an NDB a few weeks back and couldn't find one. It's twice? Is twice in mine? Wait, did I miss it? Oh, right down here. Oh, you're right. It's during the arrival. Yeah, it goes ICTAM to SOPI. Yeah, it doesn't really make sense then. Yeah, you're right. We have it as an en route waypoint and then as part of the arrival. So that means it's estimating us going... Yeah, it's showing us right here. Whoops. So it's having us go to SOPI, then back to ICTAM, then back to SOPI. It doesn't make any sense. We should be going from the NDB, from the Henton NDB directly to ICTAM probably. This does not make sense, and it's messing up our top of descent, which will be sooner than 18 minutes. Very strange. I didn't catch that when we were looking through the flight plan on the ground either. That is a fail. Messes up your flight plan. Sometimes you have to manually delete. Yeah, hopefully they tell us like to descend via the star or something like that. But one of the issues might be that with say intentions, it looks at your SimBrief flight plan, and our SimBrief flight plan has SOPI as an en route as well as part of the arrival. So that might be a little confusing for it. London Control, can we go direct ICTAM? India Charlie Tango Alpha Mike for Vision Jet 63 Echo. Let's see if they'll just let us go direct. We can remove this problem.
Vision Jet 63 Echo, direct ICTAM approved report when established on the direct course.
Alright, direct ICTAM approved. We will report back when we're on the course, 63 Echo. We're about to be on the course. Alright, there we go. Alright, so that shaved off like 7 minutes on our top of descent time. 10 minutes and 50 seconds now. We'll wait till we get directly on course and then call him back. Thanks, Aaron. Yeah, thanks for pointing that out. It was just staring me in the face too on the map. I didn't even... Just that giant loop-de-loop we're doing. Didn't make much sense, did it? Alright, it's still turning here. You can we're barely turning, so you can barely see the indicator popping out from under there. And then this little diamond is, this is our current track. Also very hard to see on the G1000. I wonder if it's easier to see in real life or not. We're established on course direct ICTAM, Vision Jet 63 Echo. ICTAM.
Vision Jet 63 Echo Roger.
Alright, top of descent 9 minutes, and we're expecting runway 30. We don't know our approach yet. Runway 30 into Cardiff. Oh yeah, up here on the arrival it says transition level set by ATC. I wonder if they're actually going to give us our transition level. What a beautiful plane, man. Our beautiful egg. What's up, Based? AFK for 30 minutes. Good thing your jet hasn't disintegrated. Where are you? You were above us a bit. Are you in front of us now? Oh yeah, you're way in front of us now. Want to get on those beautiful Bose headphones? Well, we have them on. Let's get the noise reduction going. Noise reduction on. Turn the music up a little.
Jet 63 Echo descend via ICTA 1C. Expect the ILS runway 30 approach into Cardiff. Be advised that IFR approaches are still under development and are unlikely to work properly at this time. Improvements are being made daily, but strap yourself in for a bumpy arrival.
All right, descend via the ICTA 13 arrival, and we'll expect ILS 30. Vision Jet 63 Echo. All right, so our bottom altitude is 070. And then we have 260 at ICTAM, which is weird because they gave us 220. So we're already failing at the restrictions here. But we'll just stay at 220 and then descend to the bottom altitude of 7,000 or flight level 070. Just make sure that's in here. Yep, Cardiff NDB 7,000 feet.
And Vision Jet 63 Echo contact London Control on 133.705.
All right, 133.705 Vision Jet 63 Echo. All right, switching over to London Control again. London Control, Vision Jet 6063 Echo, flight level 220, ICTAM 1C arrival. ICTAM. Okay, let's go ahead and pull our selected altitude on the autopilot all the way down to 070.
Echo London Control, roger.
All right, 070. We'll set that up, turn on VNAV, and then we need to get the weather at Cardiff. Oh, 6,000 on the ILS chart. Okay, cool. I'll have to put that in on the G3000 and in Navigraph. All right, flight level 070. Top of descent's in 5 minutes. It's cool they gave us descend via the arrival, so that's cool. I like that. All right, 7,000 feet up here, VNAV. That is all set. And we're about to make a right-hand turn, direct SAW-P. Let's go ahead and set the ILS for runway 30. All right, we have a Zulu and a Yankee. So let's look at the Zulu first. Zulu straight in. What's the difference? ILS DME Zulu. And the Yankee is ILS DME Yankee. It's always hard to tell the difference between these two. So this gives us a 200 feet AGL minimums or decision altitude. This one also gives us 200. So do they have two different... what is the difference here? Final approach course 297 is the same on both. Same localizer frequency for both. Yankees for you Americans. Yeah, what is the difference here? Straight in landing. It's so weird to, like, you have to tell the difference between these two somehow. So let me look at the notes. ILS DME read 0 runway. Beware of local traffic. Procedure restricted to max 185 knots is the Zulu. Okay, this doesn't say there's a maximum. So I guess we're going to do the Yankee. The Zulu has a restriction on the speed. Is that the only difference? ICWA, let's see if the points are different. NDB ILS DME Zulu. Or, this one says, or NDB localizer DMA Yankee. Okay, they're both loc DME or NDB. This is so weird. Yeah, I understand. Yeah, I understand there's a difference between the approaches, but I'm trying to figure out what the difference is and why we would use one over the other. I think the other thing is that the G3000 will restrict us from certain approaches that we're not capable of. So like in the US, if we have an RNP approach, we can't do that in this plane, so it'll actually exclude it from the list of possible approaches. Okay, this one lets us do both. Yeah, it looks like the Zulu notes say the procedure is restricted to a max of 185 knots. So if we want to go a little faster, we would do the Yankee, I guess. I'm just going to pick the Yankee for now. Pick the only initial approach fix that's available, and then we'll see if they assign us one of these. Okay. It's so hard to compare the difference too. Like you have to go back and forth and like it's like a game. It's like a matching game or something. Spot what's different between these two pictures. All right, then we're coming from the east. So yeah, we just have ICWA ILS DME 110.7. So let's make sure it puts that in down here. It did 1107 on nav 1 and nav 2. And we'll bring up our DME up here. Nav 1 and then minimums. We got 413 barrel minimums. Okay, nav 1 and nav 2 ILS. Okay, we're in our descent now. Watercooled says different approaches are set up for the approach speed. Yeah, that's what it looks like for this one. One said restricted to 185, and we can go a little faster than that. So I picked Yankee, the ILS 30 Yankee, which doesn't have that node in it. So hopefully we're good. God, it's so quiet in here. Makes me uncomfortable. Do the landing from the right seat because England. All right, descent thrust lever as required. It's in FMS auto throttle mode. Landing elevation is set to 205. And this is, yeah, 213 is the runway elevation there. So that's good. Okay, that's set. And then ice protection as required. We're at -25. We're gonna come down into some clouds here. So if we see any icing here, we'll turn on the other ice protection systems. And then altimeter transition, local settings. So let's grab the, let's go to the arrival. Grab the ATIS 32480. 3248. Oops, down here. 3248. Transfer monitor COM 2. And ILS runway 30. Okay, so we're monitoring, but we don't hear it yet. 132.480. That's correct. All right. And then where does it show our transition altitude on here? I swear I've seen it before. Isn't it usually at the top? I thought it was like at the very top of the chart. Oh, here it is, 6,000. Right here, 6,000 feet. So small. I guess once you know where to look for it, you know. All right, now it's ILS DME, so we're gonna get DME distances, and then we got all the waypoints here. 1,600 feet is where we're gonna grab the glide slope. This looks like a cool approach. Over the water. And then our go around is climbing to 3,000, whichever is later. Climb straight to 3,000 or to DME 2.0. And then just hold, I guess. Okay. All right, almost up to Conco, and we're going to turn left. And 16 minutes to the bottom of descent. I almost changed our transition altitude. But yeah, that's not until 6,000 feet. Let me see if I can grab the METAR. All right, it says QNH 1016. All right, that's set in the pre-selector. Winds are 250 at 16. 250 at 16 knots. So that'll be a nice little crosswind from the left. That'll probably be like, what? Almost 10 knots maybe from the left? All right, here's our left turn at Conco. Now we're going to Octiz. Still descending via the star. Saren says, I wonder if you asked the ATC for a time check, would it respond? Pilots do that in radar jamming areas. Time check as in just tell us the local time? Is that what it would give us? We can ask it pretty much anything. The only restriction is you can't like abuse the AI and like be mean to it. And you can't simulate like terrorist activity or anything like that as part of their terms of service. All right, let's turn off noise canceling. It's just like too quiet for comfort. Ah, there we go. The sweet hum of the engines. Oh, they'll give us the local time. Let me ask him. London Control, can we get a time check? Vision Jet 63 Echo. I wonder if it'll give us the UTC time or what.
Vision Jet 63 Echo time check 0827.
0827. So here it's shown 0728, so like UTC, so maybe we're +1 UTC. All right, we got any icing? Negative. Looks good on icing. All right, 16,000. Look at all those Vision Jet lights back there.
Echo contact London Control on 134.755.
134.755 Vision Jet 63 Echo. London Control, Vision Jet 6063 Echo. Flight level 150, descending on the ICTAM 1C arrival. 1 Charlie, I guess I would call. Might try the monthly option. They gave me...
Jet 6063 Echo London Control, roger.
Say Intentions gave me a link to use that'll give people like an affiliate program style thing to get $5 off the first month. So if you care about that, I put the link in the video description. You have to like just manually type in my code when you check out, but you can go download the trial and then you get 24 hours on the trial from when you start it, from when you like send your first transmission. So you might want to wait until you, like if you have a lot of time, a certain day, you might want to plan it around that 24-hour trial. Do a few trials there.
Vision Jet 6063 Echo London Control, descend and maintain 4,000.
Descend and maintain 4,000, Vision Jet 63 Echo. All right, 4,000. Done. Still on the VNAV profile here. Yeah, it'll give you the code. My code is what? KIP OTG, all one thing. But after your trial, if you decide to pay for it, if you put that in, you'll get $5 off, and then they'll kick back a buck or something to me. I don't know. I don't care. I don't care about it for me, but it's nice to be able to give it to you guys if you want to use it. Does the channel membership automatically renew? I don't think so. I think you have to I think it sends you an email in advance and then it tells you like, if you want to continue, click here. All right, we're about to turn right here, direct BRI, Bristol NDB. I'm not used to saying NDB. Yeah, the ATC is getting better like day by day. There are definitely some hiccups with IFR sometimes, but it's very much being developed right now for IFR. All right, here's the ATIS at Cardiff.
On initial contact, you have information November.
All right, info November.
Cardiff International Airport information November. 2320 Zulu. Wind 250 at 16. Visibility 10. Sky conditions. Broken at 2900 feet. Solid overcast at 3700 feet. Temperature 9er. Decimal 6. QNH 1015. Visual approach is in use.
Alright, we got November 1015. Let's set that. 1015 on the pre-selector. We'll change that at 6,000 feet. And they gave us permission to descend to 4,000. Nice. Oh man, VNAV. I don't know what I'd do without VNAV. Your chair changed in Discord.
Echo contact Bristol radar on 125.65.
Alright, Bristol radar 125.65, 63 Echo. Alright, Bristol radar. Bristol Vision Jet 6063 Echo, flight level 110, descending 4,000 on the ICTAM 1 Charlie arrival. Okay, we got ATIS November. QNH is set 1015.
Vision Jet 6063 Echo Bristol radar, roger.
Alright, roger. We got the accents. Roger. Yeah, the chairs in YouTube and Discord are not related. Like, the only thing I can do in Discord is give you a special chair if you're a member. Like, I can do something based on if you are a member or not, but I can't do special things based on how many months you've been a member, if that makes sense. So yeah, everybody gets the same top-level chair icon in Discord. But yeah, on YouTube, you'll get them. They'll change it like month 0, 1, 3, 6, 1 year, 2 years, 3 years. It's pretty limited. I kind of like how Twitch does it better, where you can change it every single month. It's really nice. Yeah, YouTube's just a little more limited in that stuff. All right, right turn. So we're gonna want to activate the approach soon. Okay, we are going to IAF right now. Nice. Okay. And they haven't cleared us for the approach. They've cleared us down to 4,000. We need to be 3,000 and then FAF 1,600 feet at the final approach fix. Sync our heading bug. And we're waiting for 6,000 feet to transition to local altimeter, local QNH. And we have the ILS frequency in there already. Shout out to my purple chair homies. Purple people. Dude, this is a cool approach. We got clouds. It said broken at 2,900, overcast at 3,700, so that'll be cool. Airport elevation, though, is what? Airport elevation is 200 feet. So we'll be clear of clouds for 2,500 feet or so. All right, and they're going to give us tower. We're on Cardiff. Is that the... We're not on that frequency, but let's put in the tower, 33,105, just in case we get the tower next. Good little route. Yeah, this is pretty rad. We are just getting over the water now. Yeah, thanks for the route suggestion. You made it really easy. It was like perfect number of miles. Kind of like to keep it under 200 miles or so, even in the Vision Jet. If I do another flight, I'm going to have to take... make a pit stop in the restroom here. TMI. All right, yeah, we got information November. So winds were 250 at 16. So we'll have a little crosswind from the left on runway 30. Maybe like, I don't know, 7 or 8 knots, something like that. So this could be a challenging landing. All right, we are still descending. 250 knots, and yeah, I feel like we need to slow down. So what is it doing here? Is it doing is it circling? Oh yeah, it's gonna do a 360 for the descent? Is that normal? Oh yeah, we fly over the Cardiff VOR, then go outbound, and then turn inbound. That is so cool. Okay. And we're basically doing a reversal as part of it, but we're essentially flying over the airport first and then turning around. It's like this big reversal built into the approach.
Vision Jet 6063 Echo Bristol radar contact Cardiff approach on 119.155.
All right, over to approach 119.155. Vision Jet 63 Echo. 119.155. And then we'll get tower on 33,105, according to the chart. Cardiff approach, Vision Jet 6063 Echo, flight level 060, descending 4,000 feet. All right, there's our transition altitude, local 1015. Approach is set up so we can bleed off speed, yeah.
Vision Jet 6063 Echo, Cardiff approach, roger. QNH 1014.
1014, 63 Echo. All right, 1014. All right, here comes the reversal. We're going 250 knots. I don't really like that. For the reversal, I don't know. We'll see if it can handle it. Looks like it might be struggling a little. Oh, it's doing okay. This is pretty fast, though. This is some intense turning. All right, we're still on VPAT down to 4,000 feet. And then we're going to eventually want to get down to 1,600 feet. But looks like our bottom altitude's 3,000 feet along this part during the reversal. All right, no icing. Outside air temperature is 1. We're going to leave the engine anti-ice on. Oh, I had it off. How did I do that? Engine anti-ice should have been on. Whoops. How are the strobes off? Alright, strobes are back. Oh, I turned them off when we took off. Yeah, because they do the wig-wag lights. But they're on now. Alright, yeah, looks like we're making this turn just fine. We're about to hit 4,000 feet. So we're going to expect for them to give us lower. And our FAF altitude 1,600. This is cool. We're like going down a parking lot structure together right now. Circles and circles and circles. Cool view. This is really cool. I like it. Very cool route. Speed's fast. Yeah, it's got us at 250 still, based on the auto throttle. It does seem a bit much. I'm just going to pull auto throttle off, bring us down a bit. Yeah, it's a little uncomfortably fast. Yeah, it looks like it had trouble following that reversal path too. All right, we're still in the turn. Bottom of descent.
63. Echo cleared direct CF30Y. Descend and maintain 2,000 feet. Cleared for the ILS runway. 30 approach into Cardiff.
All right, cleared direct CF30Y. Descend and maintain 2,000 feet and cleared for the ILS 30. Vision Jet 63 Echo. All right, we need to descend a lot here. 2,000. Since we're clear for the ILS, we can go all the way down to 1,600. All right, we need to descend a little faster, catch up to the VNAV profile again. And VPATH is already on there. I'm going to hit approach as well. And we're going to complete this turn a little bit first, and then I'll activate the approach if it doesn't switch to green needles automatically. So over here on approach, activate approach, ready to hit that. Is that the airport right there? Yeah, there it is right there. It's going to let it keep turning left before I switch over to green needles. All right, we're going to get our gear down. Our go around is 3,000. All right, we got local setting. Seats are good. Approach briefing. ILS 30, we know what we're doing. 3,000 for the go around altitude. Ice protection as required. We're leaving it on the engine. Flaps 50% and 140 on the airspeed. All right, let's go ahead and activate the approach. Should be getting green needles, shouldn't we? I'm going to switch over manually. It's in roll mode for some reason. Let's coerce it back over this direction. Did not get on the localizer. All right, heading and then loc. All right, need to add some speed. Might be a little too fast. All right, there it goes. Now it's turning glide slope. Oh, this is kind of crazy. All right, full flaps. 21 knot headwind right now. It is having a really hard time catching up to the glide slope.
Vision Jet 63 Echo, contact Cardiff Tower on 133.105.
Over to Tower 63 Echo. Oh my god. All right, we're doing this manually. This thing is so messed up. Oh my god. Cardiff Tower, Vision Jet 63 Echo on the ILS runway 30. Yeah, this is not good at all on the autopilot. Turn the yaw damper off. All right, at least our speed is good if I can get back onto the localizer here. Glide slope's a little bit above us.
Vision Jet 6063 Echo, Cardiff Tower, runway 30, cleared to land. Wind 253 at 18.
That was messy.
1015.
Clear to land runway 30, Vision Jet 6063 Echo. Yeah, we got a crazy crosswind here. We're good on the glide slope, pretty good on the localizer. Just need to aim down a bit more.
Minimums.
Ground speed's 91 knots. We're already at minimum, so we're just landing visually at this point. But yeah, we need to crab it in to the left pretty hard. Yeah, the autopilot, that turn, the autopilot does not like that at all. I probably should have flown the whole thing manually in hindsight, but never done the approach, so hard to know in advance. How those turns are just crazy. No wonder you picked this route. Super long floaty landing as usual. Should have hooked up my rudder pedals for this one. Fun pull to the right.
Vision Jet 63 Echo, welcome to Cardiff.
Ugh, that was super messy.
And stay on this frequency.
All right, parking at our discretion. We'll stay on this frequency, 63 Echo. Yeah, I think I had to slow down way sooner. Yeah, overshot the turn.
63 Echo acknowledged.
Yeah, that was the start of the problems for sure. I needed to slow way down. How do airliners do that approach? What? Do they even fly into this airport? How long is the runway? 7,000 feet. Yeah, they definitely do, right? That is a crazy approach. I should have done the 185 restriction, taken that as a hint. All right, flaps up. I also turned off auto throttle. I should have just turned that on to help myself manage it all. 737s and A320s. Wow. Yeah, that must be an insane. Approach in one of those in an airliner. All right, flaps up. IPS off. Probe heat switch off. External lights as required. We'll do strobes off, but landing lights will stay on. Cardiff Tower, Vision Jet 63 Echoes clear of runway 30. Request taxi to the GA parking area. Should be right. It's right here next to us. Golf to hotel, I guess. Yeah, that was a crazy approach.
Echo taxi to GA, parking at your discretion. Have a good day.
Parking at our discretion. 63 Echo, thanks. All right, any of you guys still coming in? That was a crazy approach. I should have thought to myself way earlier. You said that it's an interesting approach or whatever. You want to see how I handle the approach. I should have been like, this is going to be really hard. I should pay lots of attention to this. Raptor's coming in the TBM. Or he's doing a flyby, I can't tell. Yeah, I don't think he's set up for the approach. Yeah, that was pretty intense. Cool stuff. I kind of want to try that again someday. That was a really cool approach. Good suggestion. Isn't the auto throttle supposed to slow us down? Yeah, that's something that's a little weird. I think that you might have to program it manually more often. Like, it's supposed to slow us down to 200 within 10 nautical miles in the terminal area, and then it's supposed to set it to like 140 when you're, yeah, they're like different phases, and it's supposed to slow you down. But I think to use it, you might have to, it might be a little more manual of a setup where you have to go and define those speeds. Yeah, 250 knots was too much. So if I did my job and reviewed the approach like I should have more thoroughly, then what we can do is go down here, and you see where all the altitude restrictions are? You could go into these and set speed constraints at them as well for each waypoint. So that would have been a good idea, and then it would follow it. Yeah, and then the general rules are in the VNAV tab down there. Like Josh is saying, down here, if you hit flight plan VNAV, this is where it gives you the cruise, descent. There's no approach ones here though, but I thought that it generally was able to do the approach for you too. I think you just might need to set them yourself, unfortunately. Look at all these Vision jets. They're beautiful. This is like high school lunch. Is there a room at the table anywhere? Can I get in here, boys? Oh, somebody's in the Honda jet too. Oh, it's a subsetting under approach. Yeah, I thought it had some kind of default in there. VNAV, climb, cruise, descent, descent schedule, transition altitude, terminal speed. So it's under the procedure then. Approach options, baro minimums, approach, transition. Oh, under terminal area. Let me see here. Flight plan VNAV. Terminal area speed limit. We have terminal area, but yeah, I don't know if it does. VNAV descent terminal area. Speed limit 200 knots. Height AGL. Distance 10 nautical miles. I guess we could customize this to slow us down like faster, earlier, or something like that. I don't know if I trust these though, because if I use... Oh, this is VNAV descent. Right. So earlier I think I was talking about this. The 3-degree flight path angle or descent angle wasn't being applied when I used flight level change from cruise for our descent. But this is specifically for when you use VNAV. So if I'm not using VNAV for the descent and instead I use flight level change, it's going to descend us at like 6,000 feet per minute or something insane. So I just think we shouldn't use VNAV in this, or we shouldn't use flight level change for a descent in this plane. It's just too fast. So I mostly use vertical speed and then VNAV when I can. That seems to work. Oh, and then here's FMS speed on the profile. I think this might be where it gets the FMS speed on the arrival. I'm not sure. Or on the approach, like short final. But anyway, what we could do, like if we want to use auto throttle to a maximum, I guess what we would do is, you know, spend the time and learn the approach and, you know, recognize the things I didn't recognize on this approach. And then look at our speeds and put them in here. So we would go through and say, okay, like at the initial approach fix, I want to be, you know, at or below 200 knots, and then put that in. And then at the fix after that, set the speed constraint to say at 140 knots. So if we put these speeds in like this, kind of like we get on an arrival, then it will follow these, and we can leave the auto throttle in FMS mode down here. I pulled the auto throttle off and was just manually controlling it. So I didn't get us slow enough, fast enough, like soon enough. And it would have been better for me to either use manual auto throttle and just set it to like 150, 140, something like that, until we were on short final. So it matters, I guess, which approach you want to take. You can either program it in the FMS with the speed constraints, or you can switch to manual and just dial it back yourself throughout the phases. Is it supposed to adhere to VNav? It does when, I believe it's when you're specifically using VNav. So when we're in our descent or on an approach using VNav, it should follow those speed constraints. So when we were descending via the arrival, I was using VNav for the descent, and therefore it was doing the 3-degree flight path angle or angle of descent down. But yeah, it's specifically to when you're using VNav for the descent, it'll follow those speeds. All right, let's get the lights off here. All the switches off. And batteries off. And I don't think it remembers the state of our state saving for this plane, so. Oh, you guys are coming in. Lake Pilot's coming in on Bronco. Or maybe he's doing a flyby. He's just gonna land in the grass. Bronco style. Doing a flyby. He's buzzing the parking. That's where he ended up landing on the other end of the runway. Yeah, I mean, I messed that up big time. That is a crazy approach. If I took the time, and I think the biggest mistake was just the speed. Like, the speed was the #1 mistake. I was going way too fast. It messed up the autopilot. It couldn't intercept the localizer because it was going too fast, and I just had to take control and slam it into the ground. So, yeah. Pilot error, 100%. But that's a really cool approach. I could see trying to do that approach again. Jersey Island, EGJJ. I should definitely fly more in England and stuff. And it was cool. The accents worked a good amount of the time. It was a little weird when we got the clearance. But after that, it was pretty good. Mr. Drew's coming in the longitude. He looks a little high. Water Cooled says you have to put in the speed constraints for each point, or does it extrapolate approach speeds from the initial approach fix if you set the max speed? The last time I used it, I felt like it didn't follow like the at or below ones as well. So it would, like, right after the initial approach fix, it would just go all the way down to the next speed. So I think it's better to define more speeds than less. Drew, watch out. Drew's going around. Watch out for those trees. Yeah, I would say if you're going to use the FMS ones, like, and define the speeds, define as many as you can and be really specific about it. But I would assume that it's, even if you set like 200 knots or below, it's going to get to 200 knots and stay there. And then look at the next speed. But setting them manually, I mean, as long as you're not setting a dangerous speed, you're going to be in a good position. Unless you anticipate ATC is going to yell at you for being too slow. Like on VATSIM, they may say, like, you know, maintain this certain speed until this fix. You can program that in yourself. Or if you have good shortcuts set up to increase and decrease your, like, flight level change, your IAS speed, I use that quite a bit. I just turn a knob to change my speed when I need to. So, yeah, I think the easiest thing to do is use, when you're on the approach, is to keep auto throttle on, but change it to manual mode and just change the speeds yourself. That was a really cool approach. Take a couple couple photographs here. Which direction is best? It's pretty flat, but we got the water on this side. Is anybody in the air still? Oh, Commodore just got down in the TBM 850. I didn't even see the landing. Oh, he's going back around or something. That was pretty fun. Yeah, Saren, thanks for the route recommendation. That was really cool. I think Say Intentions did a good job. It got us on the star that time, and maybe it's doing a better job in the UK than it's doing in the States right now. I'm not sure. All right, guys.
Sierra Tango, you were not cleared to take off. Advise when ready to copy a phone number for possible pilot deviation.
Oh no. That's on our frequency. Was that Commodore he's yelling at? Hard to tell. All right, guys. Good game. 4.5 hour stream. Police lights, yeah. I'm gonna call it a day here. It's 5 p.m. That was a good day of streaming. I'm going to, like I mentioned, I'll be off. I won't be streaming the next 2 days. So Tuesday's stream I will miss. It's possible I'll stream on Wednesday, especially if, oh no, the Dukes, I keep saying that, but the Dukes won't come out till the end of the month. But at the very least, I'll be out on Thursday. And then Friday, I'm traveling for a wedding, and then I'll be at the wedding Saturday. So, yeah, a little slower week. Fewer streams this week because of that. So I'll try to be on. I'll be on at least Thursday, maybe on Wednesday. But I'll see you guys then. Thanks for hanging out. As always, I'll throw the Discord link in the channel. If you want to take advantage of I got that $5 off code for Say Intentions if you want to use it. If you end up trying the trial and liking it. There's a code and instructions and all that in the description if you guys want to use that. But I would use the 24-hour trial first if you decide to try it. And yeah, that's all. Cool, guys. I'll see you guys on Discord, and I'll see you guys Wednesday or Thursday. I'll keep you posted on the Discord when I'll be on. All right, dudes. Good flights. Thanks for flying along. Vision Jet Mania today. And thanks for all the gifted. Mountain, thanks for the few gifted memberships. Raccoon, thanks for the super chat earlier, and thanks for being a member for 6 months, dude. Enjoy your new gamer chair emoji. Your gamer chair badge. All right, guys, have a good one. See you when I'm on next. All right, peace. Bye-bye. K drivers coming in on the approach. 500 feet. Look at that crab. You got it. You got it. I think he doesn't have rudder pedals attached like me. I think that was a smoother than my landing. All right, guys. Good game. Have a good rest of your Sunday. See you guys next time.